22 special budget hearing meeting to order, and we'll take a roll call.
Commissioner Sherling?
Here.
Commissioner Breitling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson? Commissioner Steen?
Here.
Commissioner Capitan?
Here. The agenda everyone has in front of them. It's basically going through each department, looking at the different budgets. I'm going to start off with Brandy, or maybe Robert. Brandy, which one?
I think finance director traditionally gives the budget overview and then moves into the particular departments. I could play an accountant on TV, but
try that.
I don't think that would work well.
Bigger mistakes, most people.
Okay, with that, if there's any questions maybe before we have Brandy kick it off, any questions at all? Perfect. Brandy, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Good morning, and I am pleased to present to you today with the hard work of our staff, in particular Sarah, the Cass County's preliminary budget for the upcoming 2023 year. The county mill levy for 2023 is projected at 47, which is 0.75 lower than 2022. That's the result of fulfilling the general obligations bond for the courthouse addition construction. 2023 revenue per mill is up 9.7% from 2022 to 1.12 million, which is approximately 99,000 per mill. For the general fund, the main source of revenue for the general fund is derived by way of property taxes. Total revenue for 2023 is expected to be 45.2 million, which is 1.42 million or 3.2% higher than projected 2022 revenue. The general fund expenditures of 50.6 million have been requested. Compared to 2022 projections of 43.7 million, expenditure requests have increased by 3.4 million or 7.8%. 2023 requested expenditures do exceed revenue by 5.3 million, resulting in a reduction of the general fund from 15 million to 9.7 million. The increase in requested expenditures is mainly the result of payroll, where approximately 1.2 million in payroll increase is the result of steps and benefit increases. Blue Cross Shield of North Dakota administers our self-funded health and dental. For budgeting purposes, we incorporated an 8% increase to medical and then dental a 0% increase. Cost of living adjustments accounts for an 8.5% incorporated into the personnel budget, and this equates to approximately 2.3 million in additional costs. New position requests, there's 5.5 new position requests for a total of 0.5 million. The COVID fund consists of funds received by way of the Coronavirus Aid and Relief and Economic Security Act. The fund is currently sitting at 5.2 million and expected to earn a modest interest until the funds are fully spent. There are no current requests beyond the current commitments of the ERP system licenses and network upgrades from this fund. However, it is expected that remaining COVID funds will be utilized to assist ARPA-funded projects. The second payment of ARPA totaling 17.7 million was received in June of 2022. The fund balance is projected to have a starting balance of 31.3 million and an end 2023 balance of 21.3 million. The jail expansion is a project that's expected to meet the public health criteria in order to be funded through ARPA. It is expected that the project will total close to $34 million and span multiple years. Therefore, 10 million has been budgeted for use towards the jail expansion project. For the building fund, it's funded by a 4.5 mil levy and state aid fund transferred from the general fund. The opening building fund balance for 2023 is projected to be 10.1 million. Revenues of 3.7 million allow for the county to address a number of overdue projects. Budgeted projects include the Red River Regional Dispatch Center, potentially purchasing the Robert D. Johnson building just to the west of the courthouse, and renovating to suit to needs to the election building, remodeling the highway building, and building a law enforcement storage building, renovating the tax equalization office, and renovating the annex building. Total 2023 project expenditures are estimated at 10.4 million, which would leave an ending balance of the building fund of 3.3 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Brandy at this point? Any questions for Brandy? Robert, do you have anything to add before we get into the departments?
You know, just on the overview, I know you and I had a conversation last night just because we hadn't, Commissioner Steen, Chair Steen had not, we had not had a chance to review the budget prior to coming into the meeting before then. And one of the things you mentioned on the sort of the global scale regarding the building fund was looking to get sort of a schedule of expenditures. And I know that is exactly something that Ms. Madriga is tracking and will be looking to put together. And that would be my only overall comment as we jump into the specifics.
Okay, anything else before we start off? And I think, Mr. Wilson, you are first off with County Administrator.
Yeah. And,
That is on, everyone's got the page numbers, I think, in their book. That'd be page 263.
237. When I flip open the tab to
Okay.
administrator,
Oh, yeah, it's
It's a typo.
230, yeah.
All right.
36?
Got it.
Yep.
Blame that one on me.
Perfect.
Go to the administrative tab.
I just went to the tab. That's exactly what I did.
So I guess I would just open with my my briefing in that this is a little bit unusual because usually when I come to you to talk about the administration and commission budgets, usually the big ticket item or the most significant change in those budgets is maybe an initiative or some project that I have in mind that I want to try and I want to make the pitch to you that it's a good idea and I would look to include that in my budget. In this case, when we're looking at going down the spreadsheets and looking at major differences in budgets, and what I want to bring your attention to and what we probably need to talk about, very little other than heating, fuel, and utility costs. There's a few things I'll talk about here, but that's really what I focused my memo on. Is we're seeing some pretty big variances both in expected 2022 expenditures versus budgeted amounts, and 2023 budgeted amounts in electricity and gas and fuel oil in the various buildings. And we can go through those in whatever level of detail you want. Again, overall, what I would say, and Gene Gartner and I have had some really in-depth discussions on this. A lot of it has to do with our curtailment program that we use for heating and cooling buildings. And especially in the early parts of 2022, we were curtailed a number of times. And when you're curtailed and it's sub-zero, that means you are heating entire buildings on diesel fuel generators, and that cash register starts running real fast. So that's the overview that I would sort of jump into this with. Administration, not what I would call anything of a significant increase. If there was anything within that spreadsheet that you wanted to discuss, happy to, but otherwise I would move on.
Okay, when you say spreadsheet, Robert, which page are you referring to?
Okay, I'm sorry, I am.
A bunch of different pages here, so.
Yep, I am looking at the notebook and working off my memo, and then going a couple of pages further. You've got
42 is what you're trying
work
to tell me.
plan, and then into 242.
Right. So, how I'd like to do this, anybody, I'll try to see people with questions, but if we have people who have questions, just bring it up, and I'll save my questions. If something I haven't noted, that's not asked about, I'll wait till everyone else is done with their questions and throw mine. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilson and Ms. Madriga, I'm presuming that within this budget, the 8.5% is within, so your salary line item that goes up 58%, that's inclusive of the 8.5 presumptive budget.
Correct. We have built the 8.5 COLA into all department budgets.
Okay. And I'm guessing that salary acceleration is our new team member, why it's accelerated up 58%.
Well, that'd be a good point, Commissioner Peterson. On every one of these pages, this is a good example to start with. If you take a look at the line right above that department head, it's in a separate line on the prior year budget or the current year budget, and it's combined with the next year's budget. So you've got to combine those two to get the percentage. Track what I'm saying?
Nope.
Okay, the 106 under budget year current.
Got it?
106 is a separate line from the 261.
Yep.
If you go to next year's budget, no, we're on the same page.
Okay, next year's,
It's
all right.
971.
Got it?
That's combining those two positions. So there's no separate line for department head salary. As there has.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. So it's, that number is why it's increased.
Yeah. But it's not, no, and okay, then the 58% is the next year's budget compared to the budget current year, same line.
Yep,
So
got
it's
it.
not a 58% increase. You gotta combine those two,
Oh, so the current, got it.
right? So every one of these lines, you've got, if you want to train to make that comparison, you've got to take a look at
Okay, that's why.
combining that two with the one. That's, yeah, so it's not real straightforward.
Sure.
That works.
Chair Steen?
Yes.
I think,
Sarah?
so,
The reason for that being that when we switched over to the UKG system, it does not allow us to segregate out the department head, or we can't. The system won't do it.
Okay,
So therefore, we had to merge them together.
will
Wasn't an
improve,
option.
so next year will it improve, so that will not be a thing?
Yes.
Got it.
Because then you'll have a previous year history. We
Bingo.
just didn't have a choice in it.
Because obviously that's why I'm looking at Mr. Wilson like,
Really?
And
someone's optimistic.
it's firm.
I'm awesome.
When I went through, I tried to do that on almost every department to make sure that we're within line, like the 10, 11% range.
Correlates.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's one of those just doesn't, not an option with the new system, so.
got it.
Good question.
Pick up your,
Any other questions on that?
I guess if you don't mind, I probably should have made a quick opening comment before we just jump in here. And that would just be much appreciation to Randy and Sarah in the finance office for everything they've done in this as they are building and implementing a new accounting software program. And so this is, I made the comment a couple of weeks ago that this has truly been a building the airplane while you're flying endeavor for finance office and IT. Mr. Henderson is in the back, and so what you've seen today and what's before you today, even if it's not maybe the same format that you're used to seeing in previous years, they've been up against a lot of challenges to get to this point, and I think they've done a great job and understanding there will be some things here that don't look like what you're used to and what you've seen in the past, but they are to get to this point has been yeoman's effort, and I have all the confidence this continues to be a work in progress, and we will all learn things from this process, and it will be smoother moving forward.
All right, so I have a couple of specific line questions, if I may.
Thank you for that moment.
On retirement, I'm on Department 1501. Retirement current year projections 4,890. Budget's 4,490. I'm assuming we've just got a 4 missing on that number. Should be 44,890, I'm guessing. Is that correct? You see what I'm getting at? Current year projections,
Oh, it's
4,890.
Oh, I see exactly what you're looking at.
I think we're just missing a 4. It just caught my eye.
I'm gonna go with probably. I won't guarantee it's
You
supposed
go
to
with
be
probably. I'm
4,
guessing probably
but
is right.
Probably, because,
Okay.
let me look at the upper figures.
So that fixed that one. Then on,
Yep, because the salary numbers didn't change, and salaries is what
Right,
guides
yep.
the actual retirement, so yep, it would be a 42.
publishing employment, I know you addressed this in your letter. Current year budget 65,000, current year projections 10,000. And then we're back to the budget of 65,000 for next year, but we're only spending 10,000 this year. What did we miss? What are we,
I'm sorry, give me a line item again, I missed that.
publishing employment, 5402.
51 or 15. There you go.
Yeah,
65 budget, we actually anticipate 10, we're going back to a budget of 65.
yeah, this is the line item where last year I came to you with the proposal of a fairly significant increase because what I was envisioning and what I pitched to you was engaging essentially developing an ad campaign, a long series of ads to talk about the benefits of working for Cass County, working with like a marketing firm to develop that, implement that over a couple of months, and then ad buys and placements to create that sustained message. One of the reasons I brought that to you at that point was obviously anticipating replacing 3 key department heads in the coming year in IT director, finance director, and social services director. We did well in that, with some exceptions where obviously we've had ongoing challenges filling positions, sheriff's office, corrections officers, obviously, but I have not utilized that, have not utilized the bulk of that line item. We have enough of a volatile labor market that that may be a need, and so that's the reason I didn't pull that out. If you looked at that as a spot that some money could be at, I would certainly understand that, but that's why I had not pulled it out.
That's what I'm looking at, because right now our general fund, we're basically over on almost all, at least on this department. Like, in general, we're over in, we're deficit spending in total.
100% understand.
So if we can identify some of these areas which it's a nice cushion, but we don't need, it's gonna make the end of the process much easier than.
I would not oppose that suggestion in any way. The one thing that I would ask is, and I'm trying to bring up the specific, we had talked about you budgeted 60,000 for that in 2022. I'm trying to come up with exactly what the other 5,000 is. I would ask that you would leave the 5,000 in there if you felt that the
So since
60.
this is your budget, Mr. Wilson, what number would you feel more comfortable, at least comfortable with, if we were to change this?
If you left if you left 10,000 in there, I think that would be. Obviously it wouldn't provide enough to implement that sustained campaign, but to the point you're making of looking at budget cuts, 10,000 in there, I'd be comfortable with that.
So moved. Motion to amend the budget.
10,000. Yep. Any discussion? Do we have to take roll for every one of these? Can we do a unanimous voice vote? Roll, please.
Oh, it's mine.
Commissioner Capitan,
Yes.
Commissioner Steen,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling,
Yes.
Commissioner Breitling, Commissioner Peterson.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. All right. Anything else on that department from anybody? Okay, let's move on to department.
Commissioner Steen.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, obviously we've got some internal workings we have for repairs and maintenance, and I know you said this, but to reiterate, is there anything else that you and Jean could envision being I'm not going to say a wish list item, but something that's been deferred maintenance line item that would concern either one of you next year?
It probably fits well within the next 3, which are buildings and grounds. He's a general courthouse and.
But we've got, within his admin budget, he's got that.
I mean, I was going by one page at a time. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
talk about that when we get there.
I think I'm tracking.
Otherwise, we're
where
going
both
to
of-
lose track of these
Yep,
pages.
just talk about that when we get there, Mr.
Okay,
Wilson,
perfect.
please. Thank you.
I think I'm tracking where both of you are going. Plenty to say on the building and grounds. On the admin, no. Thought about that. Realized where the budget is on the facilities and enough that we have to do just with implementing software that we have. We've got some changes, some transitions in the admin office coming up, and so didn't really feel like this was the time to initiate any additional initiatives, and so I think we're good on admin.
I have,
The one caveat on that is I did include, we had a training for department heads a couple of months ago, and that was very well received, and I included funding to repeat that training next year. That'd be the one thing.
I have another question on the Department 1501.
Okay.
There is a budget request for new employee, 78,000.
Yes, and that is part of that is where working with finance office, and we had put that in this year for the referral and retention bonus, and that's where that was paid out of. And so that is that was where that was.
I think the other piece of this vision is a big part of that. Robert,
Thank you.
might want to talk about that.
Thank you. That's the referral and hire bonus. That was the 28,000 portion of that. That's what we calculated last year. The $50,000 difference there is indeed vision insurance.
I'm not sure if everyone's up to speed on that.
Thank you for bringing that up. In a lot, we've seen a definite trend over at least the last year, maybe year and a half, of exit interviews saying employees would like to see vision insurance. Cindy Stoik, HR director, and I had a number of previous conversations with previous HR director, with previous finance director about vision insurance. And his comment had always been that you really didn't see a value commensurate with the cost of premiums. And so just to update our information, we got a quote from a vendor that we use for other administers other health insurance for us, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and a number of the different options they have available provide decent coverage. And so we are still in the process of getting exact rates and what exactly the plan would look like, but in calculating it a number of different ways, if we set it up similar to the way we pay dental insurance, where the county pays a flat rate and the employee pays the remaining amount based on what type of plan it is. We estimate
The flat rate being the single rate, I think, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. The county cost would be approximately $50,000, and so we have included that in the budget. I would ask you to consider that, because that is something that we heard quite frequently in exit interviews.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So when I had a job, I did the same thing. So we had limited dental, we had no vision. I actually brought both of them on. I am curious though, 'cause I remember looking at this with Mr. Montplaisir years ago. And as one of you said, the ratio never seemed to work. So you never got a benefit unless you had, I don't know, catastrophic eye issues or something. But you're saying it's similar to dental. Well, there's a benefit to dental. It makes mathematical sense to have dental. We've got a large fund at value X for the dental. How are we educate me more as to how it's going to be created? Because we're not going to have, if it's similar to, but we're lacking that initial portion of money. Spooling up insurance is always the toughest part of it, right? Yeah. So getting that baseline of expectations established, then having that kitty in case we have a busy year. How does that first year look, if that question makes sense?
Yes, it does. And Sarah and I have had a number of conversations on this. It's a bit of a moving target at this point, because we we thought we might have more precise rate information at this point, but what we've got right now looks like that 50,000 represents if we were going to go into a strict administered plan where we're not self-funded the same way that we are of health and dental, but we are paying premiums to the vendor, and this is the county portion, the employee portion would be above and beyond that. If we wanted to spool up a self-funded plan, that would have a different cost. And I would look over at Sarah to see if I have misspoken in any of those comments.
That's what we discussed.
The pure indemnity plan, I mean, it's just a pure, regular insurance plan, no self-funding, premiums are fixed. And the plan that Robert looked at and was, I think the one here is like for $2 extra a month or something like that, it was like kind of the premium plan versus the basic plan. It's like $11 a month for single coverage or something like that.
Yeah, the single coverage is rather minimal, and to the point that the coverage isn't great if you've got very complicated eye care needs, but and it covers a yearly exam, covers
Contacts,
a better portion
one-order
of a
glasses.
basic glasses and frames or contacts. So it was surprising that there was a decent benefit compared to a minimal monthly premium.
And if we do, presuming we go through with this, I'd like us to at least ask our staff if it makes sense. Obviously, we'll find engagement right away, so you'll have that population base. Then of that population base, I would say at the end of next year, we'd say, hey, was this worth it or not? And we may know that or we may not, but yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, that's all I had on that one. On to buildings and ground general, this next page,
Oh, boy.
number 3.
Yeah, and here's, I guess, the opening comment that I would have on that, and we could go through building by building, but Gene and I have had the conversation of at what point does it no longer make sense to be part of the curtailment program? Because we get lower base rates on our utility bills, but if this is a trend that continues, that is something that we need to look at. We were not ready to make that recommendation at this point. This was a tough winter and substantially different than the year before, and the number of curtailments were higher than they had been previously. Gene has had a number has had a conversation. I won't say more than that. Has had a conversation that there may be more curtailments in the future. One year a trend does not make, but it's certainly something to watch in future years. But this hurts. There's no way around this on a number of buildings.
I just throw some thoughts out there. From everything I read, there's going to be more curtailments, just period. Around the country, around the area, and so the decision really rests upon what's your cost of fuel oil, right?
Yeah.
And diesel for your generators, and right now those are astronomical costs. So I don't know how often you can go on, go off, those type of plans. I'm not in that business, but it seems to me that at this point in time, given what you spent, it'd be a worthwhile exercise to find out how much is your participation in the curtailment program. How much does it actually save you on a percentage basis? That should be able to tell you get a 7% or 5% or something, but it sure seems like something to look at. And I think if we have to approve this budget with these high fuel costs, as they are what they are, you can be a rock star and you and Gene coming back and say, hey, we've approved this budget, but we think that getting out of the curtailment program is a better deal. and save some money going down the road, but that's just a thought.
Yeah, and I mean, we certainly can make some calls with in the next couple of days and see where if we can get any ready information of what that would be, and if we have something that would make another option seem attractive, we'll bring that back to you. Happy to do that.
Thoughts from the commission. Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Commissioner Steen. I mean, is it that hard to figure out? You think it wouldn't be that tough to figure out what that savings is?
I think I think the only hesitation on that was that we've been part of this program for a significant period of time. Vast majority of that time, this has provided a cost savings to us. Obviously, this past year and moving forward, if trends continue, this is a substantial change. But do we, in looking at that historical perspective, are we ready to make that change on a relatively short, although very extreme change? And let me bring some more information back to you.
But at this point, I think it's a good point. We can approve this budget, come back with better information. We can reduce the budget if we think it's appropriate. Commissioner Peterson.
Then a follow-up to that, or however these conversations go. So gas is at $3.50 right now. Oil's at $100. But then, is this an annual contract? See how easy it is to jump on and off. I mean, it can't be month by month, but is there a thou must shall be 6 months, or the Holieth hammer of Excel Energy shall smite thee, sort of thing?
I believe it is year by year because we have a
That makes sense. But
yeah, it's a contract that we sign, and so year in, year out. And I believe I know there's a savings. I'm not going to speak without.
that's the percentage that.
Okay.
So more work to do on my end quickly on that point. To Commissioner Peterson's point earlier, are there things that are built into this budget that are Gene and I going back and saying these are preventative maintenance items, these are things that need to be done, and the answer is yes. And I guess the ones that I would point to specifically are under jail, that boiler tune-up at $20,000. That was a late add because Gene did just sort of a last look through of what's something that could cause a problem if we don't get it, and that was
What page are you on, Robert?
I'm on 238. That was identified as something that would be used, wise preventative maintenance in the also in the annex building. Notice there is a fairly significant expenditure there for replacement of elevator controls. And that's another one that Gene came to me and said he's got one particular elevator that is causing some significant issues, having downtime. I don't know how many of you take a look at elevator service invoices when they come through, but the amounts that those things can run up in a couple hours of an afternoon are mind-boggling. And so
If you can find someone to show up. Most lifts come out of the cities. There's no one up here that does this.
So he said this is one that it
Over
would be a recommendation to bite the bullet, and I think he's anticipating replacing one in 23, potentially the other one in 24. Obviously, these are those elevators get a lot of use, and this was recommended as just a prudent investment.
Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's not to question Eugene, but to question Eugene. That's a line item from the company? Or is that an estimate by Gene?
That's an internal estimate.
We got a couple of specific line item questions.
Sure.
On Department 1502. Health insurance is increasing from 33 to 49. Curious as to what causes that type of increase.
That would be somebody changed their request of insurance type,
So they actually changed.
but the other estimate would also be the fact that it was built in with an 8% increase. Those would be the two best guesses. If you want, I can figure out.
Well, yeah, it's way over the
exact
8%, obviously, so.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the same question on Department 1504.
And the salaries for 1502 and 1504 are half of each other, so it would be the other half of the increase for that employee. I'm betting someone switched.
So there, on health insurance went from 16 to 49. That's like triple.
That's weird.
That's more than a
Dig
change
into it.
in, I think it's more than a change in coverage.
And you're, Commissioner Steen, you're looking at 1504.
1504 health insurance.
Yep. And again, this was,
Admin, and I didn't understand the whole admin jail piece, period. We talked about that, so
Yeah.
why it's in your budget.
And that would be, quite honestly, that'd be a question that I would have for Brandy or Sarah, is that Commissioner Steen raised that with me last night with a question of, do I have jail administration health insurance within this?
We know who that is.
Within this budget, and that would be new to me if it were true.
Admin jail.
Oh, the employees under there?
Yeah.
It's half of all your maintenance staff.
Oh, it's half of all maintenance staff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or not half.
Is
It's
it-
like.
It's whatever
it's
people who split.
33,
Okay.
66%, one way, one the other.
All right. So when I'm looking, when I see admin jail and B&G general, when I see those splits, that's just an allocation of,
Based on percentage between the two
Okay.
different things.
and that goes kind of down the list, sort of. I mean, health insurance still throws me for a bit there, but, it goes up from 16 to 49, and really nothing's changed as far as employees. 97 to 107. What I'm looking for here is, are we doubling up with any costs? I'm trying to look for, are we,
Shouldn't be.
shouldn't be,
UKG does not have a payroll budgeting system, which meant all of payroll budgeting was done on a spreadsheet. So I double checked my formulas about 3 times. Brandy looked over
Okay.
my formulas, but is there a possibility of a formula error? You bet.
Okay, that would
You're doing
be,
things
put a
on
check by
spreadsheet.
that one and just check
Yeah.
it to see if what's going on there.
Actually in the spreadsheet right now, trying to see
Okay.
if there is an error, and I haven't found one yet, so.
Okay. And then I have one question for you so I don't have to ask it for every department. We talked about this last year.
Yep.
When I looked at the relative change to Social Security and Medicare, significantly different than the relative change in salaries. We talked about why it didn't match up this year. Now, if I do the calculations for 2023, it's about 7.65%.
Yep.
So why is that so different from the prior years? What did we change? That's in almost every department.
I'm gonna go with the differences is before the system was making the calculations, and now they're being made in a spreadsheet based off a straight percentage.
I don't understand so are they both right?
I'm gonna go with, I could not tell you the programming behind what the old AS400 system did for calculating Social Security and Medicare. I can tell you what I did in the spreadsheet.
This year?
Yeah.
Well, this year looks right. Last year, I always, every year I ask the
Like
question,
said,
Sarah,
it was a system
why don't these make
generated
sense to
number.
me? And I never really understood the answer, so.
And
So-
that's because the answer was every time, the system generates it. So it's not something we could change.
Is there a way in the system, just not today, just to see exactly what the total Social Security and Medicare was the prior year and then compare it to the total this year? I'm just curious.
For this year's total,
Oh,
Compare the 2 years.
compare the 2 years.
probably.
So gross numbers for each
Each
year.
number.
But we don't have a full year this year to compare to.
No, in the budget.
Presume.
In the budget, and what we budgeted last year, I mean, just,
Yeah.
because I can tell basically, is that reasonable or not, or were we missing costs? I don't know, because the numbers don't make sense to me.
The numbers now or the numbers?
The numbers
before?
now make sense. In the past, I've always asked the question, they never made sense to me, and I asked the question, and it just went with, that's the way the system does it, I got it.
Yep, and there was no way to change the way the system did it. That was our biggest issue is, and we never saw great variance when it came to the end numbers. So to me, it ends up not being a problem, but.
All right, that just, anyway, so I won't ask that for the rest of the departments, ask it one time, hopefully you guys can figure it out. I mean, when I did the calcs this year, they all made sense. Last year's budget numbers and projected numbers, they don't make any sense compared to salary, so anyway. That's it, that's all I have on admin.
Only other point I would make is that on Annex Jail and Courthouse, you'll recall in previous years, you'd have a general maintenance line item that detailed out what was truly sort of the general maintenance amount for each building and then individual projects. Tried to replicate that in the memo, and the general maintenance building for the general maintenance amount for those three buildings increased by, we increased that 20%. That was a Gene recommendation, just what he's seeing on general costs and as things that are coming through, and that's where he takes care of the random thing that comes up and something breaks and something has to be fixed, and that's just wanted to highlight that.
I was incorrect, I did have one more question.
Very good.
Sorry about that. On Department 1510, Robert, you and I talked about this, admin risk management. Health insurance went from 5,000 to 20,000. You said this is just a portion of you thought?
But traditionally, risk management pays 10% of the administrator's salary.
Which is obviously more than 10%.
Yes.
Unless this has really got high hopes again with the budget of 39,000, so.
Yeah, that is not 10%. No.
We're gonna go dig. I'm pulling up his actual employee in the spreadsheet. So just give me a second. 100%.
Commissioner Steen, you'll know that some of those conversations when I'm responding to your questions can be quite frustrating because I feel like a broken record at times. I'm going to need to check on that. I'm going to need to check with Brandy.
Hey,
on
as
that.
long as we check on it, I'm good. As long as I bring it up, and if I'm wrong, I'm fine with being wrong, but I'd rather be wrong than stupid and not ask the question.
I very much appreciate the questions.
So you're gonna look into that one?
I'm looking at it right now.
Oh,
It's actually concerned. I'm wondering if it didn't split it. For some reason, the actual benefit cost of his is doubled. And then because he's a split employee, that's my best guess at first glance.
I mean, we have
but-
almost as much benefit as we've got salary
Yeah,
in that account.
and I've got two other numbers that concern me of the same nature. So I'm gonna have to dig into it.
Okay, just mark it down.
Preferably on a bigger screen.
Sarah, am I correct that my understanding that 10% of the salary goes, salary and benefits are risk management?
25.
25, thank you.
25%.
Okay,
I'm looking at it right now, so.
got it. I would have just a couple of brief comments on the commission budget, if you want to move on to that.
Is that part of this one?
Well,
It is.
Don't,
I-
I think, have a scheduled time for the commission budget, do you,
oh,
Taylor? I don't think you do.
I've just always done it as part of my admin and commission budget. I can talk about it some other time if you'd rather.
Oh,
Where are we time-wise?
We're at 8:46.
Okay,
Beth could possibly be standing up.
all right.
What?
I'll tell you, the only thing that I actively changed in that is there's a travel and there's a travel line item for each of you that's been $3,000 as long as I've been here. travel costs being what they are, I bumped that up to $3,500 per commissioner. Some of you use more than that. Some of you use less than that. We've always just done the flat amount.
So real quick on that one, remember we've got session next year. So, and we've always sort of treated it individual accounts, but we pooled it. If you recall, there's been commission years where I've bumped much higher. So as long as we know, so as president of the County Commissioner Association, a goodly portion of my travel will still be reimbursed by the state association like it is this year. But just for next year being a session year, and it's going to be a busy year, we're already talking caps, we're already talking things like that. So I'll be spending, I hope anyway, actually, I hope not, but probably spending more time in Bismarck obviously than this year. So just point of reference for everyone, so.
And mine is covered as well when I run out there. The association covers that, and that it's probably one of my biggest activities as far as travel. But I mean, yeah, if you're flying someplace, it's crazy what the prices are.
In the past, we've always accelerated mine to about 5 or 6. But as long as we agree, fine line item, but.
I was more than happy to pass mine on to you this year.
Yeah, but you shouldn't need much of anything, like I said, with the association paying, like for all my travel this year, it's all association. So I won't have much of anything.
This next year, that'll be different.
No, I'll still be the president next year as well.
Well, with the in-session stuff, is that all covered under your?
Not all, but most.
Okay.
Whereas in the past, it's never been covered, not 1 cent of it. It's always been with your grace, with this team's grace that I go, but next year will be, again, should be most of it paid for. So, right, FYI for next calendar year.
You want to come back to that for a reason, we will.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, with that, next item,
Need a motion to approve Robert's?
do we want to approve where it's at with possible changes?
Or wait.
Or wait, can we wait? I think we should wait.
That's what you did last year. You circled back to mine.
So you're the problem child.
Yes.
All right.
So we need
I
to go back
second
to
that.
admin and commission.
All right, we'll move on. No action on that item. Moving on to Historical Society. Beth,
Yes, good morning.
good morning, and we are on page. I was got a page here.
96.
96.
Beth, introduce yourself and tell us your story.
Beth Jansen. I'm the Executive Director at Bonanza, Cass County Historical Society. First off, I'd like to thank you all. We've had a pretty good last couple of years, primarily due to the increase, really due to the increase in allocation you've given us. We've been able to make about $350,000 in repairs to Bonanzaville, into the village buildings, leveraging a lot of the county money with grants and private donations. We have had a great 4th of July this year, trying to revitalize some of our events. Moving towards our strengthening our mission, we have a map assessment coming up here this spring, which will, through the State Historical Society, we have a assessor coming out and looking at the museum. A map assessment is a museum assessment program. And so they will look at the museum and help us determine strategic planning going forward. Let's see here. Otherwise, things have been going really well. It's been a great couple of years. Like I said, again, thank you, and primarily due to the increase in funding that you have given us. However, on the good note, there's also obviously the negative. And Bonanzaville is an iconic place. It has been in existence for well over half a century. Our buildings have seen periods of time where they were underfunded and understaffed. And so, again, as I've said the last 3 years, we have multitudes of projects that need to be completed: windows, siding, window sills, roofs, fencing. Let's see here. We've got 2 buildings currently that are in structural need, distress actually. We're in fear of losing Arthur Town Hall, which is the only representation of Arthur, the city of Arthur, in the village. In 2021, it was found to be racking, meaning it's shifting on its base. It had to be closed, and quotes received for showing that up. Dawson Hall has been for many, many years failing as well. In 2019, it was shored up because of a cracking beam right down the center. Now, Dawson Hall is kind of a unique building. It was built in the 70s as a summer building only, like a pole shed basically. But sometime in the early 90s, on a very small budget, they created a long-term year-round facility. And it's questionable whether or not the roof, if it can stand up, basically. And so there's been cracking right down the center. There's also some water damage. My structural engineers that have looked at this building have not really given us any answers, except possibly demolishing it. I am here today to ask you to consider extending that increase in funding and possibly providing us with a $150,000 matching grant, which I have darn well close to matched already, to repair Arthurtown Hall, remove Dawson Hall, and create a kind of a counterpart venue with Arthurtown Hall. So Arthurtown Hall would actually end up being used more towards what it was used for the 80 years it was in Arthur. A community space, a venue for all of our events. Again, none of this would, I see Bonanzaville with unlimited possibilities. And potential. It's a wide space that can be used for a ton of different things. We have both West Fargo Police Department and the Sheriff's Department do training out there. We have partnership with them to do training. We have drones that fly over for one of those programs, as well as Vector Control has also trained in our village because it is set up like a small town in the middle of Cass County, basically. We have potential for tons of different types of activities and tons of visitors. Pre-COVID, we saw visitors from 5 different countries at least, and all 50 states. This year, we're gonna definitely meet that, if not exceed that, as our attendance is up 33% so far compared to pre-COVID days. I think that's all I've got to say. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can say that a million times. I don't think I could ever say that enough, especially since it's been my first 2 years with Bonanzaville.
Any questions for Beth? Discussion? Any discussion? I would have to say that the increase in ask from my perspective is pretty significant. Last year, we were able to maintain the 245. I think back in 2021, it was something.
120.
2021.
Oh, sorry.
There was something significant that had to be done. I can't remember. Was it the water issue?
Yep, that was handled right away in 2021.
So we funded that in 2022. There was something else, and so we used some of our ARPA funding, $120,000 of ARPA funding to get you to the 245,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're in 2023, and you're looking at 390, which is $145,000 increase over the prior year. So I'm not sure where the commissioners are at with that. Commissioner Sherling.
I would just add, I do appreciate Bonanzaville, and it's a great facility. And you're right, it does have a lot of possibility. And I really applaud you for, trying to seek out ways that you can, really utilize it for everyone as best you can. That being said, I just feel like this, the regular taxpayer that owns a home shouldn't necessarily be the main funder of your facilities out there. And I get that you're looking for, private donations, but I really think that that's where they should come from. And, the city of Arthur could be your matching grant for this, or people that used to live in Arthur, or grew up in Arthur, might be a source of revenue for matching something like that. So, although I want to make sure that we continue to support you, that to me it's going to be a tough year with our budget already. We're looking at ways to pare down, and I just would have a hard time supporting that number that's being presented.
So, more discussion or motion, some type or questions for Beth. We need to do something. Commissioner Peterson. Commissioner Brightling.
What is your revenue projection for 22?
22, I project, I mentioned here that we are 50% over non-restricted, non-county funding. So basically what that means is that we're 50% over 2019's basically admissions and event revenue, that type of thing, right now, which is roughly $100,000. So my projection basically is that we come in maybe $120,000 over 2021's budget. Give or take, depending how the rest of this year looks.
What was 21's budget for?
I believe it was $695.
So we're looking at almost 800 or 900?
Almost $800,000. Now, in comparison to this year's budget for the Home Cost Center is $1 million, 40% of which is being funded by their city and their county. Plains Art Museum's budget is way over $1 million. Fargo Air Museum is right around with us, but they only staff 3 people and have, I think it's 2 very large buildings, compared to what we have. So comparatively to those in the community, we are looking with a smaller budget, larger things to do with it, much larger things to do with it. But we are going in the right direction. And again, thank you, because it's all because of you guys.
Mr. Peterson,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, we had the spike over a couple of years of needful expenditures regarding an incident, and then obviously with COVID shutting everything down. Had we not had those 2 circumstances, I'm sure we wouldn't be much above where we were, sort of progressing slowly. I'm looking at my calendar through the years from 62,000 up to about twice that. I love the idea of matching grants. Mm-hmm. I really do. Again, the struggle, it always comes with the but, right? The struggle is that we're cutting our own budgets right now and having to do everything internally. My gut reaction is to, unfortunately, regress back to close to the mean where we were before. We're at that 126 plus some inflation factor. But I'm also struggling with not allocating something for some matching money to incentivize. You said you're there almost with 150, so you presumably got 150 if you can find 150. Is that what I heard you say? Yeah.
would it make sense, Commissioner Peterson, just giving some thought to your comments, to peg that 120 at somewhere in the 150 range plus a 150 grant? I mean, you said the 120 plus inflation.
I'm not even at that level. I was thinking like the 130 plus a 50. So we have some money to allocate towards. We have the baseline expectation that's always sort of been there, a slow progress as we tapered up, and then to give you something to play with regarding matching money, just sort of a one-time, I don't know what to call it, one-time allocation in an effort to capitalize that matching money. And I also just spent some time online here, and I don't know why I've never thought of this, trying to figure out what our peers are getting across the state regarding other local historical groups. I don't know how much revenue they get from the state.
Nobody gets revenue from the state. The state
get
historical,
awards, here's your plaque.
no. They're solely funded by their counties
Yep.
because the only thing that we can get basically from the state is grants. And so that's a competitive process every year. We have done 2 of those in the last 2 years to repair Fargo's First House and this year to repair Haberstadt. But that's basically where the state money comes from.
And there's very little of that even
Yeah.
in the, meaning available to anyone.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So again, I'm at that, my number arbitrarily picking it another year is 180,000. Again, with 130 as a base and then sort of that $50,000 one-time grant. That's where I'm at. Not a motion yet, it's just my discussion.
my own thought, it seems that we're going too far backwards, but I understand we do need to be a little bit more conservative than we have in the past. Everything going on. Commissioner Peters?
Mr. We are deficit spending right now to the tune of $5 million. We cannot do that. Maybe I should have started with that when we got our introduction from Ms. Rodriguez. I am not there for deficit spending.
None of us are.
Okay, well,
Yes, we're on the same boat, I believe, yes.
we can't. If lack of discussion, I can make a motion, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to amend the budget request from Bonanzaville to a $130,000 plus a $50,000 grant line item. So $180,000 total.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Commissioner Peterson.
I know this stinks. Trust me. I hope you understand some empathy over it. Again, we're deficit, but if there is anything I can do for you in Bismarck in terms of increasing what I'm seeing as potential awards, and again, there's just not much, but I'm trying to advocate for these non-parochial increases in funding, so anyone statewide could apply for these grants, and we've got the money. We've got billions of dollars of resources, where an additional $1 million allocation to what I'm seeing as a line item here, again, available to anyone potentially, but if I can help you, let me know, please.
Okay, any other discussion? Any other discussion? Personally, I feel it's too low, but it's fine. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
No.
Commissioner Capitan?
No.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Commissioner Brightling?
No.
Very counter motion. Looking at the two other noes. Commissioner Brightling, Commissioner Capitan. One of you has a better idea, an idea that's different. How's that sound?
The grant we talked about was what, 140?
150 for Arthur. To be absolutely honest, the 240 is the most important of this. I believe that I can, go to Arthur. I'm already going to Arthur. I've already looked at our EIDL funding, those types of things. So honestly, the 240 is the most important of the numbers here. Even whether it's made up in matching, I can totally match whatever you guys bring up from the 160, totally, in a heartbeat. I always say I can also spend $1 million in Bonanzaville's facilities in a heartbeat, but anyways. So to me, that's absolutely most important. But Arthur is also, we're gonna lose it if we don't do something to it. So it puts me in kind of a spot, so.
So I'm just thinking out loud here, to get this to even, maybe more than what any of us would like to spend, if we had a regular award of 190, a match of 50, we give you the match piece, which is 1 year match, we always
Yep.
have to revisit this.
I just have to,
And we're at the 240, which is higher than I think some of us want to go.
I would so move, what you were saying.
An option was to have a base of 190, a match of 50 to hit the 240. So we don't go backwards. I think that's what you were.
That's correct.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
There is a motion,
There is a motion.
190 plus 50?
Grant, matching grant.
Yeah. I'll second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Any discussion? Mr. Peterson.
We are deficit spending to $5 million. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we're not increasing this cost. In fact, we're reducing this amount from what we did last year. If we could do that in every line item, we'd be awesome. But we won't be doing that in every line item.
My feeling as well.
All right, any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Brightling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
No.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling?
Passes. Thank you very much.
thank you. You guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Mr. Wolf? You doing, Stan? 422, weed control. Go ahead, sir.
Good
Over
morning,
Amaranth.
Commissioners. Yep. The budget that we presented here to the weed board, I'm doing the same thing for you, and I want to first off back up a little bit for 22. We did a bit of a change in 22 in how we working with our contractors. In 22, we had to renew our contracts with our spray applicators. And with the supply issues with herbicide price increases that was happening in 21 and projected to go all the way through 22 into 23, we opted to change our contracting program where previously the contractors were to supply all the product along with their application cost, and with just $1 per acre value. We decided, you figure, how can these guys put a projection together for 2 years on a chemical cost? So we decided to have them bid strictly on their application cost for their equipment, manpower and such, and the weed board would purchase the herbicides directly and provide that to the contractors. And so that's what we did. We went ahead and purchased, put the order in for the herbicides to cover 10,000 acres, which was the record number of acres we were able to apply in 21. That would cover us for the year, and we got it all. We were the first ones to get everything delivered this year, so we felt really good about that. And so the budget numbers I'm giving you reflect on the 10,000 acre application. For us to get to 10,000 acres this year is going to be a real stretch. We are late in getting started this year due to wind, rain, and such, just the weather conditions. So I'm thinking if we make 9,000 acres, that'll be very good. And and we will be watching our expenditure on those contractors, same as I've always done. So when we get to the point where we're going to be going over budget, I shut them off. And so that is, we're going to be watching for that. So we aren't going to go over budget. So long story short, our revenue, the board wants to hold the mill levy at 1.2, same as we have in the past years, and we'll make it work.
Yeah, Commissioner Turling.
Well, Stan, I think it's great that you guys, purchased your herbicides ahead of time, and, I know there was some cost savings there. Are you storing that? Do you have the ability to store it?
What we did for storage was we contracted with the Union Storage in Fargo, and that's where we delivered and held the chemicals when they were delivered in March. And so they have a chemical safe storage, and that'd be the plan for any carryover for this year, is to put it into their storage building. It's warm storage, it's secure, and that'll run maybe $1,200 for the year. And that's where we'll put any carryover herbicides, which whatever is not used this year will be carried over for 23, and that's how much, then we won't have to purchase as much next year. So even though we went heavy buying chemicals this year, we expect to carry over, and then that'll just be that much less we would need to purchase in 23.
So that must have a pretty good shelf life, then,
Yeah, that'll hold.
Okay, great, thanks.
Any questions for Stan or a motion? Mr. Peterson.
Commentary, Stan, you've always been great. I'm a vehicle list guy because that keeps me educated as to what your needs are and your life cycle costs of your crew. And I thank you for doing that again for me. I wish I could keep track of all the inventory for each department. That's not realistic, and I'm not that bright. So thank you for that. Your budget is always pretty aggressive, pretty straightforward, and I just want to share my appreciation for that. Thank
Well,
you. And obviously to your board too.
yes,
Mostly to you.
the board keeps me in line.
I have a question on budget. This may be for Sarah. I don't know. So, looking at full-time salaries, I went from 86 to 100. That's about a 15% increase. You got a good step increase this year, Stan, or what's happening there?
Yeah.
The system last year failed to give it the step for budgeting purposes, so this year it ended up having to put in 2. Basically, the budget last year was wrong.
Did he get paid?
Yes, he got paid properly.
I would have said
But the
something.
budget,
I was going to say, Stan's a really nice guy, but I hope you're not foregoing your pay raise.
I am good with that. All right.
Make a motion to approve the weed control budget.
Second.
Discussion on the motion.
Question?
The motion, sure.
There appears to be a reserve fund with the weed board, and you're gonna run that down about 75,000 next year?
That's the
Projection?
projection as we look at the numbers, spending everything that's in the budget. Now, that's always been, like, every year, we have these items that we don't spend into, like, major repairs or something like that. So net, at the end of the year, our expenditures are less than the projection. And
Your mill levy is generating more money than last year, or will. Will that allow you to recharge that reserve fund?
if we don't spend everything that's projected on the budget, then it will build up. It's been an ongoing, every year since I've started, we've always had this issue of, okay, our reserves have been climbing even though we've been whittling down the mill levy. And so we've been watching that, working with finance office to find that balance where we would have a working reserve of 20%. And this year is when we budget here, this is the closest year that we've gotten to where I was concerned about it. But then, as I mentioned, if we don't spray all, 10,000 acres, I think if we get to 8,500, which has been our 5-year average, then we'll be looking very well. Because our expenditures for spraying are about $36 an acre. So that's, 36 times 1,500 acres, that'll be a nice chunk of change that will not be spent.
I have no other questions.
Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Commissioner Breitling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you to your board as well.
I will, thank you.
Thanks, Stan.
Moving on to extension service. Rita,
Good morning.
good morning.
So I just want to start by thanking you for your continued support of Extension. We appreciate it. Thank you again for the budget last year and for approving our readjusted budget to remodel our office. We're really excited about that. In front of you, you have my budget, our budgets. I have the Extension 1 and Parent Resource Center budgets. And if you'll notice, the real increase is in salaries for county staff and then for state staff. In my narrative, I explained what the state proposal is at a 5% for state employees. And everything else basically remains the same, except my workshop line, I'm increasing at $3,000. And what our plan is, hopefully, is to run our 4-H workshops through the county budget so we can use some credit cards, because our individuals want to use credit cards. And so it'll just be a pass-through account. So whatever we come in will go back out. So that's the only change in my budget from previous years. You'll notice that it looks like I have big increases in my per diem and my workshop line, but that's because I did the budget adjustment for my furniture this last year. but I put those back to the same amounts that I've had for the previous 6 years. So basically, my budget stays the same. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Any questions? Or a motion? Is there a motion? Sure.
Peterson, more of a question than a motion. Are you getting any indication from our friends in Bismarck regarding what they're going to try to do to you next session?
Right now, they proposed a 5%, but that's it.
Okay, and no one's giving you any, okay. You know why I'm asking.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
we'll probably come at a 1%, like we usually do.
Yeah,
And so, I know they're going in strong to do some salary compressions, but I'm sure we won't get that.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Motion. Commissioner Peterson.
Ready for motion, sir? Yeah, you make a motion to approve extensions budget.
A second.
Second.
Second, any discussion on the motion? Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Brightling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Passes. Thank you,
Thank you,
Rita.
guys.
Have a good one. On to recorder, Deb.
Corner.
Did I miss one? Corner, Christie.
Good morning.
Christie.
Well, I'm going on the second year of my position as coroner, and our staff continues to be evolving and moving along. And we're still continuing out of the Fargo-Cass Public Health Building, which is on the west end of that building. We've been there since September of 2015, and we have utilized that to the most that we possibly can. At this point, we have 7 employees, which include the full-time coroner position and 2 full-time deputy coroners, 1 part-time investigator that we hired 2 months ago, and 3 contracted drivers. And those positions are primarily to transport bodies to and from Grand Forks for us. Right now, our autopsies are being performed in Grand Forks, and they are contracted by the North Dakota State Medical Examiner. Our staff is contracted, we're contracting to have those bodies driven to Grand Forks. As coroner, I oversee the administration of the office and continue to do scene investigation as well as holiday weekends and vacation coverage. I continue to maintain my board certification with the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigations, as well as Darren Haverland having his certification, and now our other full-time investigator is going to take her test to do full-time, to get her certification as well. The changes in the 2023 budget, for the most part, I increased most of the line items just by 5%, giving the reflection of inflation right now. The only ask that I have is that we have a part-time position right now, and with our number of cases going up, at this point, we're 4% ahead of where we were last year. And when we do our statistical maps, we're seeing that those cases are continuing to increase. I'm asking for a full-time position from my part-time position for 2023. Right now, that position is at $25,288, and the increase would go to $52,380. She is a B23, and the step would move to a C43.
Can you, I have a question. So Christie, could you explain that again? So the individual is currently at 25,
as a part-time, correct?
And the request is to go to full-time, which would be 52.
Correct.
All right,
Am I
so-
right on that?
I have a question on a couple of these pages, Sarah.
Yep.
And I hope I'm wrong on this, but, so when I look at the salaries, it goes from 226 to 321.
Yes.
That's more than just an 8% increase.
Salaries also includes items like overtime. and
Right, there's
everything like
another
that.
line there, on-call salaries, hourly salaries, right?
Let's see. I'm pulling
Anyway,
her
so
up.
my question is, if I add all those up, if I add all the salaries up, I end up with what on the current year projections, a little over 300, right? And then on the projections for next year, basically at 75,000 for 23. So with that, that's about a 23% increase.
You
I
were
think.
including the 54 as the total though?
No, I'm not. That's my question, because
Okay.
now if we add in the 52, now we're significantly higher, and I'm just having a hard time reconciling how the, I know it's a new system, that's why I'm asking the question, because on a couple of these, it looks like we've, I hope I'm wrong, doubled up on the salary. Anything we added a salary,
So it should only be like a 27,000.
$25,000 increase, right?
Yep.
Yes.
That is what
More
was in there, though.
confusion to it?
I did just check
Shouldn't,
the spreadsheet. It's
shouldn't
not in there.
some of that be compensated by not having on-call? I mean, if you've got a part-time person going full-time, wouldn't that take away some of your on-call? Or am I wrong? You know, I'm
Even, you mean as far
assuming-
as for me?
Depending on how you schedule people, but I would
Yep.
assume that you're not gonna have everybody working the same shift, that now this extra 20 hours could potentially cover an area that was previously on call.
So I understand your question. I'm just trying
So
to
there
think
should
how
be
to
some
explain this.
savings, is what I'm saying. In addition to the question that Commissioner Stevens asked.
Right. Because there is also that on-call pay that we pay the investigator. So, yeah, there should be.
I mean, maybe not a great deal, but what's here is confusing, as Commissioner Steen pointed out, which,
And so Sarah, you were looking at something.
I'm looking at her actual employees and what was pulled out of our current payroll system for them. Got a total of 4 of them. And they're all being paid out at full, well, that could be part of it. Which one is currently your part-time? Christie,
I'm sorry,
which one is currently your part-time?
Jasmine.
Jasmine? She pulled out a payroll at 100%. But no, so that would be the issue. Right there. Jasmine pulled out a payroll at 100%.
Right, and I had asked about that, yeah.
So pretty much the 54, because of the way it pulled out a payroll, is included in the 3.
So it's doubled.
Mhm,
And
because
that's-
it pulled out at 100%.
So I want to make sure I'm clear on this.
Yeah.
So did we double up on the salary?
Technically for her, yes.
Okay, that's what I think. I think it also happened on Sheriff's Department, to the tune of 433,000. Same, it's the same issue, that's why I gotta ask it. We have a chance to look at that, we don't, we'll cover that later today, but,
This one, it's in particular because of the fact that Jasmine Olson is in here at 100%. So that's what payroll pulled her as, is 100%.
but then,
She's got her at a part-time.
but so I'm looking at, when I look at the total salaries up above, it's 375,000 compared to 305,000. Just the ones above. Now, if I add in the 52,000, I'm 400 and some odd thousand.
No, for this particular one, I think, like I said, because of the fact that the system pulled her part-time as a full-time is the difference.
Right, so we're doubled up on the 52. Correct?
Yes, that's what I
Okay.
just said.
So this total budget, we should reduce by $52,381.
Yep, because Jasmine Olson is up to 100% already.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Peterson.
I think you answered, so I went and pulled budget from last year, because these weren't doing anything for me. So I think you answered my question, because we see the acceleration is, gonna be more, but then I pulled it, so last year's budget, and I'm guessing that the major difference is our vehicle purchase, in terms of where we were prior versus where we are as the 22. So I think you answered my question with your question.
We doubled up on the salary of the new employee.
Because of the fact that, she's not.
Pardon me for scrambling, but that's.
Well, that's fine.
why I
So,
wanted to get this.
so I want to get through this, but knowing that, then I want to jump to something else. Commissioner Peterson.
I would be hesitant to make a motion with the line item adjusted. I think we should allow our accounting team to revise this for either later today or tomorrow.
I agree. That would be, revised with adjustment because it's going to impact different items here.
I don't know if there are anything else like that in particular.
There is, and that's what I want to go to. So anyway, Christy, other items we're not going to approve this because we got to fix that, but other questions on this budget.
The only other thing that I wanted to add was that we were going to make a new line item for and this will reflect, you'll see this, but we were going to make a new item for the office equipment. Under office equipment, we have 161,572, which is that vehicle. So we're going to separate that out and do the vehicle as its own line item at the 56,491, which should be the 61,000.
And we have it as a line item.
Change that.
Stuff like that.
Okay. Yep. And then the other will be office costs with the cots and whatnot. So that's it.
Commissioner Peterson, you had something?
When we're done with this, I have a
Okay. Let's see if I have any other questions. Health insurance actually went down.
So we have two employees who are not, sorry, go ahead.
I'm looking right at it right
You
now.
got
I figured
it.
you were.
Thank God Sarah's behind me.
And then one more investigations. You maybe addressed this when I was trying to figure out my other stuff. Investigations, budget was 15, current year projections 110. Next year's budget 15.
Oh, I'm sorry, what are you looking at?
Investigations. Line 113.
What do you have, what
I have
are,
110,000 for current year projections.
for investigations? I'm just looking on my sheet and I'm not seeing. So the investigations we had at the 15,000 current
For
year
budget.
projections. I think the 111046 was for the vehicle. I don't remember having that.
No, Sarah?
She put the equipment that was attached to the vehicle extra into that line.
Into the investigations.
Oh, we just didn't take it out.
So it's not
No,
office.
That's where she told me to put it.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we've got our vehicle, just the car, and then we've got our equipment fit up, FF&E, I guess. For that.
Yep, so all of our cots, all the equipment that's in the vehicle will go under investigations.
That's where she asked for it to go.
Remember, so
That's for this year's acquisition,
Yes.
budget adjustment, yeah.
right? So we have vehicles, so we have 56 under vehicles, and then we have more under investigations.
Yep, so that original amount of 58 was split between the two different line items. The 158 that was originally under the office equipment line item, because she didn't have a line item for a vehicle, was split between those two.
So it was actually 105,000 that should have gone, so that's the outfit of the vehicle, all of the supplies that we need inside of the vehicle, which are basically the cots, the power lift. Instead of having it under office equipment, we moved it to investigations.
I think I understand it. Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. Ms. Ross, real quick, this isn't sort of regarding your budget, but not really. In the past, we looked at trying to team up with somebody regarding soft tissues and things like that. Is there any dialogue, or is that just a dead issue for the foreseeable future?
we are still having that conversation. We've had conversations about continuing to do tissue, eyes, bone at our morgue. I don't think that's off the table yet. Our organ procurement organization is still trying to figure out what can work best. Right now, at this time, they're transporting all of the bodies from the hospitals to Minneapolis, which
my
is not
gosh.
helping us.
Yeah.
In terms of timelines of when we need to do autopsies and whatnot. It's just been a real nightmare. So I'm hoping that we can get on board to do that. We had done it in the past, and we had numerous issues with that, but that was with a totally different organization. So I'm hoping we can work with the organ procurement organization on that now. We still have our morgue set up for capability of doing autopsies. Right now, the state health department is contracting the Grand Forks UND Medical School to do that, and I don't see that changing.
Okay, that was my next, thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bradley.
As I understand the discussions that have taken place, is the 571 next year's budget to be reduced by the double up in salaries?
Yes.
So it would be about 520. We're waiting for a redo of the.
Correct.
Also, under that investigations, is there any way you could create another line item like we did for vehicles, just for vehicle equipment or equipment, rather than putting it under investigations?
Well, we could have put it under the vehicle, but
Yeah, can we just throw another vehicle?
Yeah,
I mean, just so going forward, it's,
because then you got everything pertaining to the vehicle in the vehicle, the cots and everything else that you needed there.
However you want to do that, it doesn't matter.
I put it where
I
you
think it
told
came
me to
out that
put
you
it.
right, but we can change
wanted
that.
that
We can
separate.
change it anytime.
Let's
Is,
change it.
Well,
I
Is that okay?
I agree with Mr. Captain, it makes more sense under vehicle. Mr. Peterson.
And the rationale being that the future commissions will understand
Exactly.
that. I understand why you did it, it makes complete sense, but anywho.
what's really easy about this is technically current projections are not in our system, so all I'm still doing is adjusting the original 158,270.
So that's just, so that won't have any impact going forward.
No.
How about though, okay,
I haven't done a
And-
budget
and the-
adjustment to actually move it.
and the actual will line up, well, if we do the actual purchase, that will end up on the correct line.
Yes. We're going to get it.
Everyone okay with that without going back and changing the projection piece?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was a fun one so far. Any additional questions for Christie?
People just quit dying. Jeez.
Any additional questions for Christie? So we can't really take action on this. We will pass action until we see the updated budget on that one. But now, before we move on, in order, since we're hot on this topic, I would like to go to law enforcement, sheriff's department.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
And I think this will coincide and transition to your next question quite well. Accounting team, is our budget way better than we thought it was? Because if we have doubled up in salaries periodically,
Just in those two spots, I think.
okay,
The only places I'm perceiving to be issues are, first off, going back to the original discussion with the benefits being doubled. For anybody whose employees were split between two departments, their health insurance didn't get split, nor did their dental insurance.
oh,
It's a minor change, but it will affect 1502, 1504, 1501, 1510. It will also affect the sheriff's office for, I think they have 2 part-time employees.
Actually, between the two of them, they have, I think, there's a total of 4 FTEs that we're gonna impact this. That's why I wanna get to it. So can we just go to that one and
Yep.
like I said, I may be wrong, but
do we need anything else from Ms. Ross?
no.
okay, I will see
Thank
you
you.
when I
Thank
see
you.
you again. Thank you.
We'll get that fixed and take action.
It's literally, they're just gonna fix the salary.
All right, sheriff's operations. This is on page 308. And so on 308, there is a line item for full-time on-call overtime, special events pay. So I tallied all that up. And then there's a line item on the budget request new employee of 241,000. And that includes 2 additional employees.
Yes.
I believe when I do the math, that we doubled up on those employees in this department. Just,
They're brand new employees, it's not a change in percentage, so I don't believe so.
well, when I do the math, I think we did, because when I subtract those out, I still end up with a 14% increase. And if I add those back in, just on straight salaries, and I don't know if steps and get us that much.
I'm gonna go with they couldn't be included because they aren't part of the current payroll. The reason that affected salaries for Christie is because her employee is currently in payroll and in payroll at 100% listed rather than at the percentage listed.
Okay, then I have a different question. Explain to me then the significant increase if we're doing only an 8.5% in steps overall.
I'm gonna go with, I would have to dig into each individual employee, which is why I did send those out to the department heads to review the
Yep.
employees to see if there were any employees on there that shouldn't be or anything that was missing.
If I add up, I'll just skip up then, track my thought process. If I go to 401, 1005, I guess, and I add up full-time, on-call, overtime, and special events pay, okay, they'll add up those 4 line items, I get 6,052,000, I'll round it, in 2023 budget. If I do the same thing for the current year projections or budget, I get 4,764,000. That increase is 27%. That's the increase.
I'm not arguing that with you.
Okay, so that's 27%. And then I have another 241,000. I have to add in that for the new sheriff's department.
All I can do is once again send the employee listing. to
I know, I
Dean and
understand,
have
Sarah,
them
but when
review
I'm
it.
saying, let's forget what you can do, but on your accounting thinking hat, should we be seeing a 27% increase plus 241,000?
Logically, I do not know why it's there. All I can do is say that based on what was in our current payroll system, we projected out based on that, including any unfilled FTEs, which is given to me by Brielle, and that was sent out to the department heads to review.
It went out to the department, and I'm not trying to work
As
with me
to
and find out
whether or
if it
not
makes
what's
sense
right or
to
wrong,
you
I
guys.
don't know.
Mr. Peterson.
Maybe let our, Ms. Rodriguez,
Rodney.
then I'll jump on.
I just wanted to suggest that possibly take this back.
That's what I'm
and
suggesting. That's why I'm doing it
compare-
now before we get to the sheriff's
Yeah,
department.
So maybe over the break or hopefully by the time
Right.
the sheriff's office comes.
And that's what I'm asking, does because do the math, it
As I
doesn't,
said, we can send it back to the
Yes.
sheriff's
Ask
office.
you, what's the 241 that you're referring to?
okay, 241, if you go to the last line,
On what?
the last line on that department,
Ah,
that's the
others.
2
Okay.
additions. Okay,
And that was supposed to be representing what?
two additional FTEs.
Okay.
Okay, and so I look at that and say, that's fine, but then I go up here, look at salaries, I add up all the salaries, Commissioner Sherling, and it's, for the budget, it's 6,051,000.
I
Compared to
followed
last
that
year's,
part of it,
okay.
yeah.
So anyway, so I just check, that's all I'm asking.
Like I said, I can send it back to Dean and the sheriff and have them look at it again and see what employees are wrong.
Okay, and then if we go to jail, I got the same exact issue with the 192. And all those are part-time going to full-time, and I get that might have an impact, but I have the same issue there. I think they're doubled up. 192,000. Just check it out.
I'll send it back to the sheriff's office and have
Okay.
them review the employee numbers again.
And those they may not be. I can't remember what the numbers are. check them out, check that one out. Those may be okay, but the other one doesn't make any sense, but okay, that's all.
I'll
So before we
take
get to that, we've got time to
3502
look at it.
And 3510, I'll send them over to both
Okay.
Dean and Jesse and have them go through it again and see if
Okay.
they can see something going on. Because
Excellent. All right, recorder, Deb.
$267.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, good morning. I will present three budgets, the Recorder's Office, Endrin, and the Preservation Fund. I'll begin with Recorder's Office budget. 268, I think is what you're looking for. As you may know, the formerly robust real estate market has cooled down in early 2022. We have seen a slight increase in document counts this summer. I expect that for the second half of 2022, we will need to at least maintain our current numbers so that we can reach our projected revenues for 2022. I have adjusted the 2023 revenue projections based on what we have seen so far in 2022. As far as the 2023 budgeted expenses, the increases in the line items are due to the increased cost in services and supplies. As stated in my budget memo, the only newly added expense was for leadership training for staff. I plan to offset the reduction in revenue from our lower document counts by not filling a retiring clerk position. Do you have any questions for me?
that is not included in the budget if we're not filling a position. It is figured in the budget.
Yes, I have left that, that position in the budget and will not fill it unless our document counts get back up to about 200 documents a day. So that position is budgeted for, but I don't plan on filling it at current document counts, so.
So what are the odds that we're gonna fill that position? I'm just,
Unless there's a major change in the economic conditions, I don't think we will. I may, if we have some staff members who are nearing retirement. So if someone announces that they will be retiring sometime next year, I may fill it for training purposes because we would be losing some long-time knowledge there, and I would want to get someone else in and train. So I could potentially fill that with a new employee for training purposes.
it wouldn't fill up the entire budget amount.
No,
Just
not
be
at all.
partial here.
Right.
So I think what I'm hearing, at least what I would assume is, we can probably take that number out. And if we have to make an adjustment going forward, if things change, we can certainly add it back in if we think that's appropriate. Given, we'll all have good recollections, at least 4 of you will, of what we talked about in the budget. Does that
And
make
I-
sense to anybody?
Yeah, and I did that this year too. I kind of left that one position open, and we did have a retirement announced, and we did bring on someone right away to get them trained in. So I'm currently working in that environment right now, but,
She had done that prior to this as well. In the previous years, she had an unfilled position that she wasn't budgeting
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
because she didn't intend to fill it. She has now filled it.
With a less,
yeah.
lower paid person, I'm assuming, right?
Right.
That also is why the
yeah.
payroll budget. has
But yeah, I can
increased
take
by
that
more
out
than
if you
11%.
prefer.
So any thoughts on that idea? Well, I think if we don't anticipate filling a position, we shouldn't budget for it. If we end up if we end up filling it, then we go back and say, we need to go back and change the budget. That's my thought.
Yeah. Who is it? If we're going to have to pull it out, I'm going to need to know.
Marcia, yeah.
So I need somebody to make them,
So move.
Second.
Okay,
So
great.
we're
Move a second to
removing
delete
Marcia's
the
salary
one
and
position.
Delete the one, yeah.
okay.
We have to come back, I mean, I don't think we ever said if we really need to do something, we haven't done it, so I would trust the future commission on that,
Okay.
whoever they may be. Okay, so with that change, what do we do?
Roll call.
We want to, okay, we'll approve that change. Roll call.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Commissioner Brightling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Well, of course, we'll bring that back and make sure it's appropriate. Okay. That's it. Thanks, Deb.
Yep.
Do you have another fund?
We have other funds that we have to make a motion to approve, or do you want to wait on the adjustment for that?
I thought we'd just wait on the adjustment.
We've got,
We have a busy morning on
So
Thursday, or
you'd like me to return for that?
you would not have to return.
Oh, I won't have to return, okay.
we do have to approve.
You have another fund in there, yep.
Yeah. Moving on to the Endron budget on page 273, I believe. There's not much net change. While costs of supplies and services have increased, there has been an offset by completion of some equipment upgrades this past year. We are currently studying the feasibility of offering a day pass to our Endron Search website in addition to the monthly subscription, in hopes that this may increase use and therefore revenue. Once again, the payout of print revenue and surplus to the counties is the majority of the expenses or expenditures. Any questions on Endron?
Educate me, is McKinsey still on their own?
Yes.
And
We
it's
have-
just McKinsey, right?
Nope, 3 counties.
It's Bakken.
Yeah,
Counties,
Bakken counties, yeah.
Is there a motion to approve the budget for the Endron fund?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
For discussion. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Commissioner Brightling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Motion passes. Now we have the document preservation fund.
Right, and I believe that's page 278. Similar to the recorder budget, I have adjusted projected revenues to reflect lower document counts in 2023. The notable expense for this budget is for continuing finance preservation project, which is a carryover from 2022. As stated in my budget memo, the only newly added expense is a $150 registration fee for virtually attending PRIA annual conference.
Commissioner Peterson.
Motion to approve.
Second and second. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Commissioner Brightling?
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We are scheduled for a break because Ms. Lewis won't be on until 10:15. Is there some other department, we have 10 minutes. Can we
Odd funds.
knock something out in 10 minutes? That's what I was thinking. And where do we
We could
find
talk
that?
about the 911 fund, we could talk about either the debt service capital project funds. I don't know if County Park has a scheduled time, does it, Taylor? Does it? Okay.
At the end of the day.
How about let's start at the 911. Good choice, Sarah.
Page 447. Does have its own tab. There's nothing fancy about this fund. This is literally the place where all the fees that you see on your cell phones and your house phones get deposited. 50 cents of every $2 gets sent directly to the state for the Siren Fund. 5% gets sent directly to Endico for our dues with them for managing things. And everything else is just built on a straight percentage increase.
Any questions or motion? Commissioner Peterson.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call.
He's making some money off us. Yay.
They are.
Commissioner Brightling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson? Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Perfect. Next one is the debt service fund. This should be easier than ever. Sarah Brandy.
One way you want me to. Okay. Pretty much the only thing continuing for debt service funds is the Wild Rice debt service. Other than that, the other big ones we had on in previous years are dropping off this year just because of end of life. Other than that, nothing new is projected at this time. Of course, that can change quickly.
So the wild rice one, that was a special assessment thing that we helped set up, correct? How long does that go, you know?
Ooh, it's got quite a few years left.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's continuing for a while.
That was that road for those self-induced.
One thing we are gonna have to look at though is we have quite a few of these ones that have little balances in them. I know there are some rules as to how we can move those balances out and what we have to do to close them out. That's one of those, we'll have to dig into it and find out the specific rules. I mean, we're talking $38 here, $200 there, and we just need to close the funds.
And Taylor pointed out to me on page 450, it talks about, runs through 2035, the interest rate on the bonds is 263.25.
Oh, there we go.
You got it already on there, didn't you?
Okay, I didn't see it.
Went through them a little too fast this year.
All right. Is there a motion?
Move to approve debt services.
A second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Commissioner Brightling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes, thank you very much. 9:52, how about, well, that next one's a big one. And then we move for internal service funds. What other recommendations do you have, Sarah?
Internal service funds?
That's all of our-
It's here.
It's all of our healthcare ones, isn't it?
Yep, it's health and dental. We just put in simple percentage increases based on
We
what they
don't-
told us, but there's
We don't know that number yet, correct? And when do we find out that number?
probably not until after you guys are
Really?
finalizing the budget. So we've done our best estimate based on what they told us we're looking at for increases and left mostly alone. As for the motor pool, we've adjusted for a decrease in depreciation because some of our vehicles are hitting that point where we're no longer doing it. For technology trust, that would definitely be about. Although I believe he put no change in because he is still trying to figure out exactly where Terry was going with it.
Technology Trust moved forward exactly as it appears. Sarah and I have time scheduled in August to discuss in depth, moving forward the correct motion for that.
That's it? And just those 4 funds?
Yeah, that's it.
So how do we move through the dental and the health insurance trust when we really don't know what we have there?
Budgeted for our best guess as to what's gonna happen in those funds, but everything that goes into those funds are saved in that fund specifically for health and dental. The main changes to what goes into that fund are based on what you guys do with actual health rates,
Yep.
which generally are not finalized at this budget hearing.
Yep.
So,
So in that fund, we're recommending, or we're assuming 8% increase in rates? Is that correct?
that would be the revenue stream, yeah.
So an 8% increase to the employees.
All overall, not just the employees, to the whole cost, 8%.
Right, but
Yeah.
assuming equal
It'll be
participation.
8% to both of us,
Yeah,
is what I
okay.
was trying to say, is not just the employees.
Okay. Commissioner Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but dental's not changing, right?
Correct.
That's just remaining status
But I
quo.
did put an increase in the expenditures, assuming that costs are going to increase,
I-
but we weren't recommending any change in the actual amount being pulled from employee.
Yep, but I see that's why I was asking, so the balance go down, but that's just your anticipation of additional service costs. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wilson. Mr. Wilson?
And just a little context there, we talked about that 8% increase because Ms. Stoic and I, month and a half ago, had a conversation with Blue Cross Blue Shield reps where they said while they're still pulling together the exact projections for next year, they anticipated that it was high single digits. And so that was where we came up with that working number.
So nothing's gonna change by Wednesday?
No.
Thoughts?
Approve as presented, I don't know.
Motion to approve is presented. In a second.
What it is, Mr. Chairman.
Did it.
And if a budget adjustment is needed, at that time, we'll have to come forward to a future commission and ask.
Well,
That's all we can do.
I mean, presumably, they're not gonna spot us with a 12% increase from out of nowhere. They've always been pretty, if anything else, we're too high.
That is generally the case, it's consistent with
Balance.
whatever they tell us to do.
Yep.
We end up
So they're gonna say 12, we'd always be at 10. They're gonna say we're at 8, we're gonna be at 7.5. They tend to overshoot.
They're
And they
trying to
told
play
us
it
8?
safe too. They try to play it safe too, just like
Yep.
us.
And so, I mean, it is what it is. So,
All right, so I have a motion and a second to approve the internal funds. Internal service funds. Any discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Breitling? Commissioner Peterson?
yes.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Passes. How about now we take our break? Be back at 10:15. We will have water resource districts at that time. Online, virtually.
Yep, I just unmuted it, so it should be good now.
I think we go. Yeah, that's another cold, and they've been so they're safe and sound. Took the test done and then was fine. Just figured don't get anybody else sick.
Oh, no, that's appreciative. Still recouping.
Okay.
I heard about it. And that's always, that's a whole.
Carol, I see you're online, but we're just gonna wait 1 minute here to get everybody back together.
Why I had the other one open. But this one was different. Last time.
What are we doing?
I mean, it's still,
Oh.
you guys are changing.
Overall,
Water,
it's
water, water.
it's more painful, but there's a lot less restriction.
Oh, nice.
You know, there's 2 months.
So how does it work
Chair,
when they've
bend over 90 when they do it.
built into their budget our recommend, or our pay increase that we, as a placeholder, have?
Did it work?
I mean, and then we go and change ours.
Redo it. Punching a new number, it's not as easy as the first time around though, right?
I know they're saying this.
But do we have to make that change here,
Yes.
or?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because that's the number they've got, you know, it's 8.5 or whatever it is.
And then we did that to wait to see where we end up with, and $5 million deficit, that's not something
So then, do we approve this budget? We don't. But when we're going through and we're approving the
Have
other
them rerun
budgets. Huh?
Well, it all kind of goes, we look at it in general, and once we get through all the different pieces, we'd say, where are we at? What changes did we make? Where does that? Waiting on us, Carol. So we are ready for your presentation.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Do you have any preference, or should I just start with Southeast Cass and we'll just run through them quick and I'll just point out a few things and
I'd say just
and
go
take
that
questions?
way. Yep, do that.
Okay. Southeast Cass, we kept the mills about the same here. It was at 2.196 mills. I think we were right at 2.19 last year, so no big change there. I did hear a little discussion before we started here about the cost of living for budgeting. And I guess all I can say is we just grabbed the number you guys were using to start out with budgeting. And it's simply that, it's a budget. And I can't speak for the board, but I'm sure they would look toward what the county's doing as they have in the past number of years for us. And they would make that decision on what they decide to pay us. And we also don't have step increases, that type of thing. So that's another thing they take into consideration when they set that.
That's good to know. Thanks,
Other
Carol.
than, oh, excuse me,
No, I said that's good to know. Thank you for that.
you bet. Other than that, it's basically our typical general line item budget. I don't think we've got anything too different. We've got, some of our memberships that we pay, Red River Basin Commission. And that one, we did get a letter after the fact asking for a little more than we put in because we didn't see that letter until after we submitted this. But I'm sure, the board will take that into consideration in January when they actually make the payment to them. Other than that, we've got snagging and clearing in there again. We've always got an allocation for flood control, retention, that type of thing. So that's very important, as you all know, over the last year. So I guess that's all I have to really, and then we have $1.5 million for the Red River Joint Board.
Okay.
Moving on to the maintenance levies, we did lower a number of them this year. We've had some work completed and things are getting paid for and wrapped up, so we've lowered a number of them. We did increase 21C. They're looking at a possible clean out. Some property owners have approached the board for that, and there's a couple of crossings that need to be replaced. Drain 51 is the other one that was raised a little bit. There we have a negative balance, so we need to get our reserve built up to a reasonable level. Plus there's a crossing repair looking ahead. So that's all I really have to point out for Southeast Cass.
Okay, any questions for Carol on number 1? I don't see any hands going up, Carol, so continue.
Okay. Maple River. There we are with the 4 mills as we have for as long as I can remember. Nothing too different in that general budget either. It's pretty tight for these smaller boards with the 4 mills just to operate. And we do have a few general project line items in there, but nothing out of the ordinary. And again, $1.5 million for Red River Joint Board. On their maintenance levies, we had a few increases there. They've got some ongoing projects. MR1, we're paying off a bond issue there. And there's a couple of culvert repair projects and a slide repair project. Drain 37, same type of deal. We've got a bond issue that we're paying down. And some channel repairs and crossing work coming up. Drain 46 went up a little, and there we've got a box culvert this year that'll be fairly expensive, so that'll put the fund in a negative balance if we don't raise it a little bit. Drain 56, there's a slight negative balance there too, and there's a pipe arch that they want to work on this year, and a couple more in the future. So that's why that was increased. So that's all I have to point out for Maple River.
Great. Any questions on Maple River? Any questions? No hands. Keep going.
Okay. North Cass, same deal for 4 mills as they've been for many years. Nothing out of the ordinary put in there for their general budget. And they've got $1.5 million for the Red River Joint Board. And for their maintenance levies, all we did was reduce one from we've got a hefty balance in Drain 24C, and they're looking at doing a little bit of tree removal and possibly some work at I-94. But nothing's been decided for sure on that yet. But anyway, we lowered it as low as we possibly could just to keep it on the books. And so that's actually at the lowest rate I think we could possibly do, 1 cent. So that's all I have for North Cass.
Any questions on North Cass? No hands.
Okay, the last one is Rush River. And there, 4 mills again. Nothing unusual to report that's shown on that general budget. 1.5 for Red River Joint Board. And for the maintenance levies, we had one increase, and that's on drain 52. There's been quite a few of sites from the recent wet conditions, and there was, I think, 5 sites we already had we were looking at, but now there's a number more after this spring. So they decided to raise that from $2 to $3. That's the only change for Rush River.
Okay. Say, just a question, you referred to the Red River joint 1.5 mil. Can you explain that? I don't quite understand that. Who actually assesses that?
Each member county, there's 14 member water resource districts, and of course Cass County is 4 of them since we have the 4 boards. Each member county, and it goes up and down the Red River Valley, they assess through their individual county, and I'm actually the secretary treasurer for that board too. And so the funds come into us and we manage all of that. And the board, there's an executive board and a full board. The executive board kind of looks at the financial questions first and then refers it to the full board for action. But they mostly work on flood control projects. They do get into a few different studies and that type of thing. They do some funding for educational programs in high schools, studies with LIDAR, mapping, work with the Corps of Engineers, the USGS on gauging. So, it's basically flood control based.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions for Carol? Or a motion? Commissioner Sherling?
Thank you. I would move to approve the Water Resource District budget.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Peterson?
Mr. Chair, regarding salaries,
Yes, sir.
do we want to have a
Provision?
friendly amendment to your motion would be contingent upon, or phrase your terminology, contingent upon the historical matching of baseline set by the county board. I don't know how else to phrase that.
I would certainly amend my motion that way. I think that would be prudent considering our situation.
This is too much in flux, Mr. Chair.
I understand. So when I'm hearing, just so I have discussion on the motion, so you proposed the amendment, you approved the change, and you seconded the change. Okay. So now we have an amended motion on the floor. Just a question on that would be, so would Carol, would you know how to convey that back to your boards? I mean, if they've all used an 8.5%, and we're going to, in this motion, suggest we approve this contingent upon recognizing that the county may change that percentage of their COLA, that the expectation would be that the water resource districts do the same? Is that what I'm hearing? That's what I'm hearing. Would you, go ahead, Mary.
And I can just say that I have mentioned this at the various board meetings. I'm not sure I've mentioned it at every single one. I think I did. Just an FYI to those board members that, you know, we may not be doing an 8.5% COLA this year.
All right. So, Carol, do you understand what we're talking about? I'm assuming you do.
Yeah, and like I said in the beginning, it's a budget. I mean, it's not in stone. Yeah, you know, that's with many line items. We never know what's going to pop up on different facilities, and same with our wages. The board actually approves what they're going to pay us in January, or yeah, probably January.
Commissioner Britt?
Sometimes December.
I'm going to vote for the motion, but it's important to reiterate what Carol indicated to us earlier. These are not county employees, and they do not get step increases. Our county employees do.
If I could, I'd like to just make one more comment. Most of you, or probably all of you, probably realize the amount of work we've taken on with the Metro Flood Diversion Project and the dollars we're handling because of that project to acquire all the property. So just a little extra work that we've taken on, and I think, that needs to be considered too.
So Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think their board has done a pretty good job in keeping salaries where they need to be. So I'm not worried. It's a matter of, here's what we're probably not going to do. But there you go.
All right, any other discussion? Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Capitan? Yes. Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Sterling?
Yes.
Commissioner Breitling?
Passes. Thank you, Carol.
Yep, thank you.
Moving on to Veteran Services, Mr. Dreary. Deary, I got it. Didn't have my glasses on.
I just found mine, but as I was told
Don't
to
be
correct.
called Dreary,
Make sure
I'm
you-
sorry.
Oh, it's fine. I've only been here for 2 years, so
Who are you?
yeah, it's all good. At least we're Bison fans.
Ma'am.
You going to Arizona?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
I wish I was. I tried to get a group going, but failed.
We might drive. I don't know. Tickets are
They're
plane
crazy.
tickets. I know. Well, yeah, when everyone's ready here, just let me know and kind of get into it here.
It's all yours. Floor's yours.
All right, commissioners, commissioner chair. So I think you have in front of you the memo that I dialed up for you here. Pretty much we're at full strength now. We had a member go, we're getting cross accredited when a member comes in to our front desk admin. We had some folks take on other positions or move out of the state. And this is just a good way to have that admin person move into a VSR position. They're their first line of contact, and Elise just finished up she just got accredited with the state. So now we just have one more test for her, and then we'll get her fully accredited. So she's been on board for about a month now. And then, like I said, I've just been enrolled in it's our last week of the High Performance Leadership Academy for NACO, and then I was just in attendance there and learned a lot and went to a few veteran related classes. Had a 988 class that was really informative. It's a new mental health suicide prevention hotline that's mirroring 911. That'll definitely help out our veterans. I had the opportunity yesterday to speak to a group of soldiers that are mobilizing to Kuwait, and it came up a lot. Mental health did, so that's a really big push we'll do this year, is having folks get referred to our office. And Tony and I have actually driven a veteran to the VA and got him hooked up with mental health. There's a 24-hour mental health area that they can go to. We had our 96-year-old World War II veteran honored at the fair. He wasn't feeling well, so I kind of stepped in, and he got a nice placard from Budweiser and a quilt that they made, so he was real mad that he didn't feel well. But we tried to get him a Purple Heart. He was injured in World War II, and then didn't go tell anyone, just wrapped himself back up and went back into battle. So there's no records of that, but I've been working with Randy, with Senator Kramer, and Senator Kramer is going to go to Eventide here at the end of August and present him with a flag over the Capitol, just to say thanks, because there's no records of it. So it's been a good year working with our constituents there. And then the big thing too was discussed at the NACO in Adams County, the PACT Act that'll be sitting on the president's desk. This will open the door a lot for our office. We'll have a lot more claims coming through, so we'll pretty quick here, once that is signed, we'll be really busy with either Agent Orange claims or burn pit claims that are going to be coming through our door. And then the big ask is our printer is not the best right now. We like to keep everything in-house, so that's why we did get a quote from Metro Sales at about $11,000 for a new printer. I know it's been a while since we had one, probably 5-6 years. That's been kind of included, or we could lease it, but we're doing a lot of brochures. And This would just keep everything in-house too with that printer. We could make color brochures. We're having one coming out pretty quick here about Agent Orange and Vietnam veterans to try to contact our office, because like I said, it's gonna be a rush to get claims in. So that's kind of our big ask for the year. Any question?
Commissioner Sherling.
Question, why is health insurance up 50% budgeted?
Oh, that's a really good question, because I get
It's not
free.
necessarily for you.
Oh, I get free healthcare, so I have no idea. All of us do, except for Levees. Yeah.
Mr. Deary, I think this has been sort of an ongoing conversation earlier this morning. So
Oh,
I
okay.
think that's involving Sarah. She may
Oh.
have
You're not
stepped
singled out.
out.
Oh, okay.
We're not putting you on the spot.
Oh, if
Yeah,
it's that,
sorry,
I was just trying to mediate the situation.
I was looking past you to Sarah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm big boned, so it's hard. We'll look into that.
So
Thanks,
Mary,
Sarah.
did you hear the question, Sarah, from Mary?
Going to bet, Jerry just filled me in
Okay.
basically on what it was, and it's why is there a big increase? I'm gonna bet one of the new employees you hired took family versus
Oh,
non-family.
Yeah.
I'd have to look into it specifically, but that would be my bet. And I do have his employees pulled up, and there is nothing wrong with their numbers. They look standard and correct.
Okay. Just based on other conversations we've had this morning, it
Okay.
jumped out at me.
well, thank you, Sarah.
Any other questions? So here is a question.
Sure.
Chris, you said most of you veterans, you get different coverage than you get through here. How many vets versus non-vets do you have working in the office?
We have 4, including myself, and then 1 non-vet. That's the admin.
So one non-vet.
Correct.
So Sarah knows where I'm gonna ask this question. So
Why do
how many
we-
employees are taking their health insurance? Is it a backup? Is it a secondary? Is it a?
I do personally backup we're on my wife's plan, but just for me, if I get hurt somewhere where there's not a VA, because there's a 72-hour rule. So if you go to a VA, you have to notify them, else you get billed. It's a kind of one of those things, community care. So that's why I took some extra just for a plan B.
I can answer that. Out of the 5 employees, 4 are signed up for healthcare, whether it's employee and family, and employee and spouse, child. So the majority take it.
So then you end up having to pay the employee share, the employee share, you pay that, if you take that. Okay. I'm just curious, because I know the insurance you have is really good.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Yeah. And then you get
Curious.
No, it's cool. It's definitely an added benefit, but yeah, that's kind of the price you pay. And then you get a free t-shirt too, and then free healthcare for the rest of your life, right? So,
Alrighty. Any other questions?
but no, I just want to say too, thank you very much. And then our team's been really good. We've been really good with claims. We've had no issues internally. We're out there doing outreach too, so we're definitely out more in the community. I think we're at about 12,000 veterans right now in our system. And we're still looking for about 3,000 more. And I think with the PACT Act getting signed, that'll definitely give us. Yeah, Cass County.
Thank you for all the work you guys do up there. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Is there a motion?
Commission Chair.
Move to approve the veterans budget.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Breitling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan? Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Passes. On to
Thank you.
Sheriff's Office. Mr. Johnner.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thanks for allowing us a few minutes this morning to go over our budget with you. And I'm going to assume that everyone received the cover letter that I sent. I do have just maybe a minor correction in the grand scheme of a $24 million budget here. But on the second paragraph, If you look towards the bottom sentences there, where it says, in our estimation, minus salary and benefits, this budget increase should be approximately 270. It'd actually be a little bit more than that. It should be 438,203, which would bring the increased total to approximately 7,000,005. And the reason for that is based on our conversation, Commissioner Kaptan and Chair Steen on adding in the possibility of the two additional full-time contracted deputies in Horace and in Riley's Acres. That's where that bumped that up. I had sent the letter prior to our discussion and you indicating that we should probably add it into here rather than have the discussion about it away from there.
So those are in the budget.
Yep.
Are they also, but isn't there a revenue offset to some of that?
There would be a revenue offset to that.
Is that in the budget?
That is not in the budget.
Okay, so.
The revenue offset is not in there.
So we probably want to take that into consideration.
And the revenue offset, and I can go into more depth in it in here in just a minute, but the revenue offset would be 96,410 for the two full-time.
For each or for both?
For each.
For each.
So 96 for each.
Yep.
So 100 and.
Substantial amount, I mean, you're adding it up, so.
And then the part-time is obviously half of that, so.
Chairman Steen, if I may, when would we discuss our agreement with those communities? Because right now, in the past, we've been very, very generous in how we provided private law enforcement basically to these communities. So I would like to revisit that policy.
Yeah. Do you want to discuss that now, or do you want me to go over the overall budget and then we talk about that as kind of in the back end? Or because right now, Commissioner Sherling, my discussion with those communities and adding people right now, not directly related to your concern, but is that I don't have the staff to give them two more. This is a hypothetical. If I get enough staff throughout the year, that we could potentially look at adding two more to Horace. And Riley's Acres is approached us and asked if they could contract with us now for a half person, because they've annexed the land north of County Road 20, which I'm sure you guys know about. And so, but that.
So adding on Commissioner Sherling's question, so how many contracts do we have out there for different officers?
So we have two full-time deputies contracted in Horace currently. We've got two full-time deputies contracted in Castleton currently. We've got a half-time or 20 hours a week contracted in Kindred. And we have a quarter-time or 10 hours a week contracted in Mapleton.
So
that's what we have for contracts.
Almost 5 total currently. Yeah. And this budget would add?
So what we're talking about would be adding 2 additional people to Horace, which would be 4 total then. And 20 hours in Riley's Acres.
Okay.
So Riley's Acres is not contracted with us right now. The contracts have been sent out to the cities right now as to how they've been written previously, and that is that the city pays for the salary and benefits of those deputies, and then the county pays for the equipment that we're using in those contracted cities. So to go back to your question, are we seeing some rise in the equipment costs? Most certainly we are. We've added body cams, right? So those are $8,000 body cam. So they're not cheap. And those deputies in those contracted cities are wearing body cams, of course. So that's, I guess, up to you guys if you want to look at raising.
I would just like to see a
percentages.
cost share in those upfront costs, because they're not going down. I mean, what is it? How much is it? 100,000 to? How much is it to outfit somebody? And a vehicle. And
I would
a
be giving
person.
you an approximation without having that, knowing that question beforehand. Because it's per line item, and we're talking like, obviously purchasing the car, then striping it, the MDT for the car, the body cam, the equipment the person's wearing. I mean, to break it down per line item for you, I don't have that information here today. Dean, do you have a better idea just offhand? I mean, it would be an approximation of probably right around that $100,000 mark, but.
I just recall somebody, and this was a few years ago, saying around 100,000. And so then, I guess that the other question is, how does that go into the budget then? Because we'd be paying for, they're coming back with the salary. So does the salary pass through then And the equipment is in the budget, under equipment? I just wonder how
I
that,
think what happens, if I'm wrong, we actually pick it up and we pick the difference up, that the contract went up in the revenue. So it doesn't just pass, we recognize the expense.
right?
As the revenue. So we have to have gross everything up.
I mean, there's a tremendous benefit to them being able to, you know, have us do the training, the recruitment, you know, all of the things that, all the benefits that a small community would get by using Cass County that they don't have to do themselves. So it's way more than just salary and benefits, and obviously it's a benefit to us too. You know, we've got an extra.
Because we get extra people and we get
you know,
extra coverage in those cities. Right now, Horace is one of our higher calls for service with the growth of the community and thefts and parking complaints and traffic complaints. It's definitely our higher calls for service right now.
But I think if we did a cost share of 50%, it would still be a great deal for everybody. It'd be a win-win.
Captain, looks like you're anxious to say something.
Well, I was just going to ask Commissioner Sherling, are you going to make that in the form of a motion of increasing the contracts with these communities because of the cost differential of salaries and equipment?
I think we'd have to figure out, yeah, I think, you know, we've already done it. It's already in the past. We can't change the past, but going forward in the future, we should be having a cost share on
Basically
upgrades.
Revisit the contracts is what you're
Right,
saying.
exactly. And I don't know how that's placed in this current budget for next year with 3 additional people.
Not. And that was my question. It appears that the revenue would not be in the current budget.
So, Chief Deputy Holland has an itemized list of the equipment that we provide the deputy to work their shift. And it was approximately around 80,000. And I would suspect that would be up a little bit more right now. So we're pretty, I mean, and it's, the salary and benefits is around, if we, you know, and again, I'm estimating, clearly I'm not down to the exact penny here. About 96,410. Does that seem right, Sarah?
Estimating 96,410 and.
For that's a salary and benefits for
Yep.
one deputy, full-time deputy.
So.
Talking about the employees that you added?
No, just to have one for a licensed deputy, the salary and benefit for one person.
Wouldn't know without knowing what their actual pay grade is.
We were estimating it at just a B32, 3 years, so.
So, Commissioner Sherling, what I hear is 2 things. Is how do we work that into this budget? And then also the other thing is we probably need to revisit those contracts to make sure it's more equitable cost share. So, 2 questions for you, Sheriff. Be those, you know, is that revenue, the current contracts, or the current assumed contracts are worked into here, the 2 new ones, the revenue is not. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And when would we have to revisit the contracts if we were to rewrite them? When would we have to do that?
You sent the contracts out
I
already?
just sent the numbers out. I didn't, then they.
They haven't signed off on them yet, but we sent what we thought
So we
to the
could-
cities to give them an idea, because they were preparing their budgets.
Sure.
So,
So, thoughts? Commissioner Peterson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I presume it needs to be sooner. If we are going to investigate the adjustment of this, to be fair to our partners, it needs to be post haste, because they're doing the same thing, exact same thing we are, same timeline we have. So they are setting their budgets. So if we are going to deviate from what we've done historically, I would suggest now is the time to do it.
Commissioner Bradley?
Contracts, are they annual?
Mhm.
January 1 to?
yep. That's correct.
So, I'm looking at our law enforcement liaison. Commissioner?
I would move that we consider increasing the contracts with our partners. And I'd also move that we approve the sheriff's budget.
A couple things before that seconded. just the thoughts on that. I agree we should relook at the contracts, the amounts, but can we do that in a timely fashion? We have to get back to our people who are contracting with us. Can we do that for 23? Which would be great if we could. And then the approval of the budget, Commissioner Capitan, I think comes with a caveat, we have to make some changes in there yet, so I would wait for that approval, because we have far more discussion, I think, than that. So if we wouldn't mind.
Withdraw that portion of the motion.
So you have a motion to basically relook at the contracts.
Exactly.
For 23. Okay, the motion, is there a second?
Second.
A second, any discussion on the motion? And I think Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to give some direction as to what our end goal is. If we've got a $90,000 position and $80,000 for a vehicle and equipment and everything else, I think that's, for some reason, it sounds light to me, or whatever, however the numbers broke down from your leadership team, Sheriff.
Yeah.
I think we need to have some, we need to guide them as to what our perspective may be, rather than just saying, look at it.
I would just propose this. Our equipment typically lasts with what, 3 years?
Our vehicles rotate
4 years,
about 4 or 5 years now, so.
4 years, so we're just amortizing that cost over a 4-year period. Whatever that cost might be, and include that in the contract, that's our upcharge. That make sense? That's some direction on the motion. Mr. Liaison and whoever else wants to get involved would be great, and I think so we have a motion. Commissioner Peterson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would also respectfully ask them to, ask our motion or a second to provide some guidance regarding the salary portion as well. I think that, is it a 75% or does it vary?
No, so you're referring to
Just salary alone of the contract?
Yep, so the 75-25% split, is that kind of where you were going?
No, that's what, I'm wondering what it's at. For some reason, I'm thinking it's 75-25, and that could be totally wrong.
That was a school, that's the school.
That's SROs, okay.
Yeah, that's SROs. So the city contracts are a little bit different. So they are, again, that the cities, we're trying to cover the whole the salary and benefits of that person. And that we're covering the equipment. The schools are 75%. They pay a little bit more than the city contracts. So
That's why I'm at, okay.
That's why.
That's why I'm asking. Okay, perfect.
Any other discussion on the motion? On that motion? Roll call on that motion, which is to basically take a look at the contracts and get those updated for 23. Okay.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Commissioner Brightling?
Yes. Passes.
All right.
Now back to
Mr. Chair,
business.
yes. So that was, wanted to talk about that correction. We went down a little more road here than I was thinking right away, but that's totally fine. So I do want to just give an overview of kind of how we work through our budget, so there's an understanding of that. So obviously I have 4 divisions within the organization, jail, court, transport, investigations, and patrol in general. And how we usually work through our budget is that those budgets are prepared through each division, and those division commanders bring that forward to Chief Deputy Holland and I, and then we look over those numbers and look at what is being requested, and we keep in mind the goal and mission of the organization, and are we going to be able to meet that with the requests that we have, the safety of our staff and the safety that we can provide to our community, and that's how we determine, how we cut things and how we move forward with our budget. In light of doing that, Chief Deputy Holland and I did look over the budget, and also in visiting with Commissioner Capitan at different times. And we did cut $118,300 out of our budget to this point, after we had the initial requests. One thing that I am proud of, so to speak, I guess, with my staff, and certainly appreciate their help in this and preparing this, is that our budget over the years, if I could bring attention to that, in 2019 was approximately 19 million. In 2020, it went to 20 million. In 2021, it stayed at 20 million, so I felt like we were pretty fiscally responsible in those years. And then, of course, last year it jumped up to 24 million, as you remember, and that was because we added 9 individuals with the jail expansion of the booking area. So that was that increase for that give or take some other few items in there. Fuel costs, if you remember, we jumped our fuel costs up, and then ammunition had also increased quite a bit. And so that was the increase with the 24 million. And then again, just visiting with our budget, our proposed budget now for 2023. I feel like we've been pretty prudent in that. We've just increased just so slightly again, but again, some of it contingent on that these contracts would potentially take effect throughout the year. So I would bring attention to that. Some other kind of major things that we are proposing, and it's hard to determine if those things will transpire, is that we now budgeted for $6 a gallon in gas. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that. That's an estimation, of course, and last year we budgeted for $5 a gallon, and right now we're 8% over our fuel budget.
You guys burn premium? in all your cars?
No, just 85 or whatever,
87,
87, whatever, low costing fuel.
You're paying more than $5 for 87?
No, that's what we budgeted for, but I mean, with our miles and stuff that we put in on and things that were being requested for, that fuel budget's gone over a little bit. And so we propose a $6 per gallon in anticipation of, I don't know what fuel costs are gonna do. I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if that's too much. That's an estimation on our behalf. So certainly that's something that's in the budget that we're not sure of. And then, of course, as you see on there, we added the 2 deputies that I'd like to discuss with you, and that was to court transport. And that is at the request or our discussion that we had previously on the fact that the juvenile detention officers from Clay County are transporting juvenile detainees back over here to court and to services over here, medical appointments and things like that, and they're unlicensed individuals. And we did have that person escape from them that Fargo PD ended up spending a day looking for. And so there are some public safety concerns with that, and that, if you remember our discussion, that was a concern of Chief Otterness and Chief Zabolski and myself, that we're having individuals who are unlicensed transporting these detainees over here to court and to appointments. So the idea in adding these 2 additional court transport deputies would be that they would handle these appointments now and would go over and grab these individuals and bring them over to appointments here, bring them over to court. So that'd be the 2 addition, or the reason for that request. And then in addition, when they were not doing those transports, they would assist in the courtrooms with extra court security. So that was the request for the 2 people. So I wanted you to understand or have an understanding of why that was being requested.
Commissioner Sherlin.
So is that not part of our contract with Clay County? And I mean, is there any room to have Clay County shoulder this cost?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sherling, I have not been ever involved in the discussions with the contract with Clay County, so I would not have that answer. So.
Transport is not included at vested.
I would assume not. But.
Anybody's recollection, Mr. Wilson?
It is included in that contract. It's provided by the juvenile equivalent of COs who are not, as I understand, licensed peace officers, and that's been a fairly long-standing practice. To my understanding, it had not been questioned up until there was an incident in the past year where there was an unfortunate set of circumstances. There was a very, very unique situation, as I understand it, but it was sort of a downhill roll of conversations that came out of that. Ultimately, there were concerns expressed by the sheriff, both chiefs, and this was a means to address that. But they do provide the transportation. I believe it's they're using their standard juvenile detention staff to make those transports, and we've heard some considerable questions about that. I believe there were some questions raised to Mr. Burdick if that is permissible, and I don't believe he came back with anything that that's not permissible, but that doesn't mean that it may not follow best practices, and was objected to by the chiefs and the sheriff.
It would seem to me that it would be an opportunity for them to save some money. So, I mean, shouldn't we be compensated in some way for that with our contract? I mean,
Saying,
if we got 2 full-time people that are going to be doing this, that means that they're paying for 2 full-time people that aren't going to be doing it anymore.
aren't they also then the individuals that are also being bailiffs at the jail or at the courtrooms as well, or are these different people? Aren't they acting as bailiffs as well?
When the juveniles come over here, do they
The
stay
ones
in the
who are
courtroom?
transporting, but I was trying to remember what we added these people for. It was kind of for the court system, at the courts. I thought they were gonna be like.
Mr. Chair, I think I gave you that information.
information.
And I may have been, I may have been mistaken on that point. That was, Sheriff, that was, my recollection on that was going back to a number of conversations that I believe you've had with the presiding judge of additional deputies in felony hearings. And so I believe I was mistaken, Mr. Chair, in our conversation.
No, that is correct what Mr. Wilson is saying, but I can have Captain Fuller give you an idea of how that process works when they bring them over to court, so.
All right, Commissioner Chair Steen, members of the commission, that would be, obviously the juvenile transport would be in addition to it, but another big focus, those 2 additional, we have 2 deputies that are assigned for transport each day. Currently, we are consistently running 2 transports. Being that we don't have the staff, that's pulling Sergeant Iverson, who is our supervisor. As of this year, he's already done 64 transports, just himself. That's obviously not how we want to utilize our court transport supervisor. So in addition to if we have to pick up the juvenile transports, adding those extra people in the courtrooms for trials or all the criminal hearings, we have plenty of work for them to do. That transport, being able to run 2 transports a day, regardless if it's for detention, juveniles to run or going out to other counties. We have lots of transports that are going out, so we certainly would have plenty of use for them, and then in the courtrooms.
Thank you, Captain Fuller. I mean, the other thing to maybe keep in mind as well would be, so currently we have the 14 other inmates at other jurisdictions right now, or a few different jurisdictions. That also, in order to get them back here and stuff for court, not currently the ones that we have because they're already sentenced, but in just looking ahead here in the future, if we had to do that, that would come out of this group as well, where they would be transporting people potentially and going and getting them, bringing back to court. That's a hypothetical, of course, at this point. But as our jail population has been running a little bit higher, that's certainly something to consider. So I did ask for some information on how many times the juveniles are being transported to appointments and things like that. So I don't know if you want that information, if you would like it or not, or if that's something you. So, yes, no? Sure, okay. So, I mean, when we reached out to Clay County and asked them, of course, they said it all just depends on what their medical issues are, so it's kind of somewhat hard to predict, but it could be up to 5 times a week that these juveniles are being transported over here to appointments. So, just kind of give you an idea. So that is the request for those 2 individuals that I have in the budget. So I don't know if there's further questions on that, or.
Would 1 person help? Would that be adequate?
I don't know that would, because typically if we're transporting juveniles or we're doing transports in general, we don't use 1 person to do that.
I see. Okay.
So, because then there can be some accusations, safety issues, things of that nature. So typically when we're doing those, we're doing it with 2 deputies. Okay, so. All right, is there any other questions on that to this point?
Any other questions on the transport positions? Okay. No?
I know Commissioner Peterson's probably got some
I'm
questions.
waiting, I'm
He's
just
got his-
waiting for it to come
He's
up.
got his glasses low, so he's looking over things, I know.
I've been
That's-
counting your cars.
That's fine. What's that?
I've been counting
Oh, I
your
know,
cars.
and we gave you you got the list, right?
Yeah,
So
I'm
you're-
grateful for that, yeah.
Yep, that was Chief Holland wanted to make sure you had that. He mentioned that a few times, that you'd be interested in
Appreciate
that, so.
Sorry.
And
Sorry, Mickey, wherever you're at.
did you want me to go over that right now?
No, you keep chugging, sir.
Okay, well, I don't have too much in light of, I mean, those were really the additions where I projected the increase to be over last year's budget was just that increase in fuel, those two deputies, the possibility of those contracts occurring is really where those increases were, of course. Andy's always been really good at predicting kind of what we would need as far as estimations for jail needs throughout the year. And as you can see in the letter, we use that average again of 340 inmates to make those calculations. Again, that's a hypothetical, so to speak, but seems to be kind of the average over the last couple of years as he's calculated that. And I think he's been pretty prudent in making that prediction. So I guess that's what I'm presenting at this point.
I have a question. Sarah, did we resolve my earlier question? Do you know?
Thanks to the gentleman standing behind, or
Dean,
all of them sitting
all of
behind
them,
me.
yep.
They have found which 10 employees are listed under the jail, or under the sheriff's office that should be listed under the jail.
They were transferred.
Yeah,
they're
so
under-
it's not that there's too much budget, it's just that it's in the wrong.
It's in the wrong spot.
So yeah, we already found those employees and that can be.
Okay, so can we get that corrected then for the budget?
Yeah, it ends up being a 12% overall increase to
Yep.
both line items.
A little more than that, but close enough, yep.
That's about what I would expect it to see, so.
Okay.
On the field side. Does it decrease the jail then? Or I mean, does it
increases the
it
jail.
decreases the jail but decreases the?
Big decrease in jail, big increase in.
Yep, okay. Makes sense.
Okay.
Okay.
Say, just a question, no one's asked yet, you guys know about gas, but $6 a gallon just seems, I don't have any idea what kind of an impact that has on your budget. But I mean, what I see is it's not going up, should be coming down. I can't predict the future.
Yeah.
If I could, I'd be rich in buying futures, right? But anyway, I don't know if that makes sense going to $6, especially if you're not using premium. My own thought, you guys aren't using diesel?
No, well.
Not much,
Nope, we
anyway.
don't have any vehicles that take diesel, so. Yeah, I mean, again, that is a hypothetical prediction. I mean, certainly we could reduce that. And then if we go over, if fuel prices come up, we could come back and do a budget adjustment. If you prefer that, we do that.
If we think it's high enough, I mean, at 5, if the reason you're over is because of mileage, and fix that, but if the reason you're over isn't price, then I would say do your price and fix your mileage, but and the assumptions, because I'd rather, what we're looking for, Sheriff, is we're way over on the budget, so we're looking for small pieces that'll add up to big pieces.
Sure.
In total, not your budget, but in general.
Yep.
And so we're just looking for that, and if we're just putting in cushions, we can take those cushions out for the budget purposes. To me, that'd be a better way to go. Commissioner Brightland.
Did we have a large number of or costly work comp claims? Well, I noticed that there's a big jump in the budget.
I'm gonna have Sarah answer that because it's across the board.
It's across the board, that's the percentage that workforce comp told us to put in based on the actual workers' comp code that are in there. So that was just their latest number they gave us.
It was almost every department.
Yeah, every department is higher than it was in the past.
That's
Which-
one, almost 3 times.
Yeah, which what I consider is gonna end up happening is what has always happened, which is we aren't gonna spend it. They always tell us to increase our numbers and they always overguess. It's kinda like health insurance. They tell us it's gonna be 15%, but it ends up being 8.
Commissioner Steen, and one thing that I would like to bring to attention in the fuel and mileage that you're asking about, and Commissioner Captan and I had a discussion about this, and that is that You know, on average, our guys put on about approximately, give or take, maybe 200 miles a shift. As we all know, Cass County is a fairly large county, encompasses a large area, and we've got 27 cities in Cass County. So, you know, we could always adjust how we do business, but that would really constitute us, you know, or me, or the patrol supervisor, Chief Deputy Holland, making arrangements where we have our guys drive out to cities and just sit in them and not compile the mileage. But I feel like that would be counterproductive to being proactive and being visible and stuff.
I'd be the last one to try to tell you guys how to patrol the county.
Sure.
That's what I'm getting at. I'm getting at the budget number. Is it
Yeah.
gas or is it mileage? And if it's gas, we can make a big change there because it's not going to be $6. I don't believe it's going to be $6 a gallon. If it's mileage, then so be it. Then it's mileage.
Sure.
But I'm curious if it's try to address it or needs to be addressed. And because you know, you do a 20% reduction in your gas price, that'd be a pretty sizable number in this budget.
So I think what we could do then, Commissioner Steen, is maybe if would you feel more comfortable, or would the commissioners feel more comfortable if we moved it down like maybe 5 or 450 or something, and then just come back for a budget adjustment?
Yeah, I mean, because it's 6 is, again, I can't predict the future, but based upon the information we have today, 6 would seem too high.
Sure.
So, Commissioner Steen,
Shirley?
is there any reliable resource out there that could guide us? I mean, I agree, 6 seems high, but that's based on nothing other than what
Well,
we
it's
got.
based on,
No,
it's
just
based on
hypothetical.
futures market right
Well,
now.
but I
It's based
mean,
on initiatives. and
I'm
it's-
saying that based on my own gut. So I'm just wondering if there's some reliable resource that we could point to try to have a guideline.
I too thought 6 was, you know, probably never gonna go to 6, but when they explained it, it's the mileage that they're doing right now, they've already expended way over the $5 gallon. And I maintain, like the sheriff does, I think it's better that our people are being seen out there rather than their parked cars.
I'm not
someplace.
suggesting changing, it's probably way too much discussion on 20% gas price, but I'm not suggesting change of patrol at all. I'm just saying, do we need a $6 increase, inflationary increase in the gas budget? Or is it something different? Because I have no idea what you've got in your gas budget. 230,000, 20%, 345,000. You take 20% off of that, that's pretty substantial.
Yeah, well, so we can do that, we can make that adjustment, and that's not a problem at all. So,
Mr. Brennan?
Do we contract with anyone to provide the gas? Or do we just use whoever?
we
is-
use WEX fuel cards, and we, just wherever
But
we don't go to a
have a
certain.
contract with anyone that says, we'll give you gas at this amount?
No, we
Is
didn't.
that something we should be considering?
Maybe, I mean, I guess the downside to that would be is how that contract would work and where we'd put fuel in. Because what I wouldn't want is our guys, I wouldn't want to be contracted with someone in Fargo that we had to come to all the time and put fuel in, right? Because then if I've got people up in Tower City patrolling and they run low on fuel and they have to run all the way into Fargo, that would be tough to do. That's why we have the card, so we can fill out in Tower City, we can fill in Page, we can fill in Kindred, because our guys are all over, so. So I'm not sure how that would work. I'm certainly can look at something if you think it would be feasible.
Oh, come up with something. I mean, I'm just looking, and I didn't pay attention to this till you started talking about $6 a gallon. Honestly, I did not. And I'm looking at your projection's 230,000 for vehicle fuel. And then the budget's 345.
Yeah, no, we can definitely reduce that, and then we can just come back if we need more. and ask
A
for a budget.
50% increase over what you're currently doing, either mileage or gas. I don't think that's gonna happen. So I think you got some room there.
Okay.
Don't know what it'll be.
Yep.
What, 60 grand?
Look at that.
That makes sense to anybody? All right.
Yep, we can.
You
do
still leave quite a bit of room for increase there.
that. Yep. Yeah, that's certainly not a problem.
All right.
Okay. I guess at this point, I would just entertain questions then.
Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think broadly speaking, and I realize the software that we're utilizing makes our accounting team's jobs exponentially easier. I loved the old budget books though, and I look at the one behind me because I had line item details, which I know you just despise putting in, but it makes me incredibly educated as to each line item and where all the dollars are going. I love that detail because I can look at it and go, okay, so we're going to buy 3 collars for dog number 2. And again, I realize it's horrific for you, but looking through things.
No, it's not. I
Oh.
actually like that detail, but unfortunately, the new system does not have it as an option.
Yeah,
And
so,
I wish it was still there personally. I use it.
yeah, so looking through your
But-
budget, it's a series of lines that are some portion of some widgets that are indeterminate. So that's what I'm struggling the most with, but I think the easy questions, obviously, are we not buying any new vehicles? It doesn't look like we are, but I could be missing it.
Yep, so we're getting rid of 10.
Yeah, I see those.
And asking for 11, but the one additional one is a motorcycle that we're budgeting for 3,500, and it's for so we have 2 Harleys, and.
If I can stop you, Sheriff,
Yes.
where should I be looking for new purchases? Because I see our inventory list.
Yep.
For a big number, right?
Say it again.
Where it's replaced, year replaced, should say 2023.
So where it says replace a year is what you're talking about? So if you.
Where am I looking at, Sheriff?
Yep. So right here on request year. So that shows that.
Oh, that's, okay, you're in color.
Oh, I know what you're looking for.
So I'm seeing
Look
it.
down in 7406 on the second page.
Oh, I just didn't see it. Mine is basically grayed out.
Oh, okay.
So I couldn't read it. You see yours, Sheriff, I'm with you now, brother. No, I got you now what you pointed out. 'Cause I'm like, how can we be dropping that many vehicles, Dean? There's no friggin' way that you guys are not asking. God bless you all. There's no way you're not asking for new cars. Okay, that makes a world more sense.
So,
Okay,
yes.
now I can start looking. Give me 30 seconds, Sheriff.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yep, sounds good.
So I noticed when you, in this, well, he's taking his 30 seconds. He had 11 in 23 new vehicles. I did find that. In 24, I think you identified 3.
At this point.
3, what was that?
At this point.
At this point.
Yes.
That's, how many are you gonna wreck next year?
Yeah. We base it on mileage.
Okay. And I don't know if you have like a normal rotation for the number of vehicles you buy, but if you got 11 and 3, of course, I'm looking at this, would it make sense to even that out? 6 and 5, 7, and, something versus 11 this year and then 3 next year. But I figured the answer was at this point, we don't know how many we're gonna wreck next year or whatever, but, we're
Well,
running
hopefully
out.
none. But
So that would be just a thought, I was just taking
I think it's been
Commissioner
pretty,
Peterson's-
I think it's been pretty consistent with around that 10, isn't it? For
Out of how many do you have?
how many, we have 53 total vehicles in fleet,
How many?
53.
Okay.
So,
5-year rotation, 10-year, 10-a-year. All right.
yeah, so it's kind of like a
10,
consistent
buy and 10.
rotation every year, no matter, and take mileage out and just kind of, is that what you're talking about?
No, how many, you have 53 vehicles, replace 10 a year, it's a 5-year rotation. I just-
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm just getting that.
Gotcha.
The transfer to Marshall, if I may. The transfer to Marshall items, is that just a gentleman's agreement? What's that about?
Yep, that's where when we have someone assigned to the U.S. Marshal Fugitive Task Force, and then we eventually absorb that vehicle.
Yep, got it.
However, as I maybe mentioned last year, I think, Commissioner Peterson, is that and the federal agencies might be going back to this, but they went away from actually buying vehicles, they're leasing them now. So I don't think we were gonna get, future vehicles. I mean, they'll lease them for a person that's using it, but we're not gonna obtain vehicles through that program anymore,
Okay.
so. So, did you want me to explain the motorcycle thing?
Any other questions on the vehicles?
That was the extra one vehicle for $3,500. It's a vehicle that we can use and crash it, and so, because we have 2 Harleys and we don't want to run those through our advanced debate course and wreck them and crash them. And so we wanted to get a different motorcycle that we can use to do that. That's less expensive to fix and to crash them.
Why?
That's
I'm
part of the,
just trying to understand.
it's part of the course. When we send our guys through the advanced motorcycle course, they teach them how to crash the bike and stay on it and not get hurt.
Oh,
And we don't want to do that to our good bikes. So we were looking for a used bike that we can do that with.
but we do it to the
So-
guys.
Well, we had one, and it's a tough course. We've sent 4 people to the course and 2 have passed it and 2 have not. It's a national course and when our guys come out of it, they can really ride a bike. And, but they teach them all, like I said, how to crash and stay on it and not get hurt.
down.
Yeah, lay them down, and so we don't want to do that to our good ones. So that was the
Right.
purpose
Anything
of that.
else on, you have anything else on the budget itself, or are you just waiting for us to ask questions?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for questions at this point.
Okay.
Because I don't have any.
Now is your time, commissioners. We've got 8 minutes.
And the only reason I'm mentioning that, Commissioner Steen, is really where I just talked where I thought the increases were gonna be. So otherwise, the budget was pretty, where it was
Right, I
last
didn't-
year and stuff, so.
Commissioner Brightling, no questions? Commissioner
The
Sherling?
question is of you, have we answered your question about
Yes.
4 calories, salary categories?
Yes, we did. The answer was, they're maybe not in the right departments. One year or the other. Let's go with that. So, leave it at that. In total, it's about 12%, 12 to 13% over in total for the entire, the sheriff's department, including jail. So, which makes sense with the 8.5 and the steps and new people. So.
Question. For those of you that have worked with the juvenile center, is there an opportunity to look back at that contract, renegotiate that contract if we're not getting court transfer?
I give you my opinion, since I did work on that original. I think what they're gonna say is, this is what we agreed to. We have no problem transporting those juveniles the way we're doing it. If you guys have got an issue with it, then let's renegotiate something. That's my guess, because they don't have any issue with it. We had one bad experience. Is that correct?
We did. I do have some concerns that we're bringing those individuals that are detained over there. There can be for some violent charges. And we have people bringing them over here that are not licensed officers. So if that person runs from that, gets away from them, and they're free in the community, that person doesn't have access to the type of tools that we have, radio. They probably have some radio, but they're not in constant contact with dispatch. They don't have tasers, they don't have, OC spray. It's a different situation when they're dealing with that and than a law enforcement officer.
Yeah. And so I agree with that. But the issue is basically we had one bad issue and everyone decided, like we do with everything, gotta look back, are we doing the right thing? Decision was probably not on our side of the fence anyway. And so the options would be, are we paying for transport that we're not using? Because do we transport every juvenile?
No, but I also am concerned with, if we're talking specifically about the 2 people that we're asking for, I am concerned with what Captain Fuller brought forward as well, and having our sergeants doing a majority of the work and not being able to supervise their people.
Right, no, what I'm getting at is, do we transport 100% of the juveniles between Clay County and Cass County?
Deputies, what you're talking about?
Yes,
Deputies.
Okay. If Clay County Juvenile Center provided the transportation prior to this,
Yep.
when they brought somebody from their center over to here for an appearance or whatever it is, they were doing that, right?
Yep, correct.
So now, does Clay County Sheriff's Department, are they responsible for all of those transports from Clay County back over to Cass County?
No, they've never.
Okay, so we just pick and choose, so we're still using their juvenile center transport when we find it appropriate, or how do we make that decision?
Well, I think it would be that we would use our staff to transport all of the juveniles over here that were arrested on the Cass County side or detained on the Cass County side, and that are custody of Cass County, and need to be brought over to Cass County.
So we're not
Court.
doing that now? At
No,
all?
no.
Well, I thought somebody made 64 transfers or something, I think Captain.
No, that was, that's additional transports that sergeant's making over here, and that has nothing to do with what's going on in Clay County.
Okay.
That's where
There's
there's
nothing
two,
to do with
that's,
Clay County at all, so
No,
we're
that-
still not doing anything.
no, we're not doing
We're
anything.
relying on the juvenile center for doing
Yep,
all the
we're relying on the
transports right now.
juvenile
Okay.
center, so
We're
sorry
talking-
if I was confused on, or
Like
confused you on
5
that.
a week, 5 transports a week, correct?
No, that would be just, that's as medical, court. How often is juveniles coming over here every day?
Okay, so, members of the commission, Commissioner Chair Steen, getting the numbers from the superintendent over at the Moorhead Detention Center just to see what kind of numbers we'd be dealing with every day. He did give me pre-COVID numbers and post-COVID. So post-COVID, like, court hearings are all via Zoom. The only times that the juvenile actually comes over for a court hearing is if it's a trial, and those are 99% out of custody, so we're not involved. So majority of the transports right now, because of COVID, and when asked their opinion, is this a trend that they're gonna continue doing Zoom? His position was that would be what he's pushing for. Obviously, we don't know if that's gonna stay the trend. 2022, so this year, they've done 39 transports for our North Dakota residents so most of those are medical, to give numbers. Before that, pre-COVID, 90% of their transports were to court hearings. So eliminating court out of it really took a huge chunk out of it. But we're still looking at 2021, 49 total transports. So nothing too huge. Like I said, 90% prior to doing the Zoom was for court, so a lot less transports.
Which would be that number that I gave you, because that breaks down to approximately 5, the medical transports that are.
Okay, so the idea with the transport personnel is something to do with the juvenile center, but more so to do with what else you've got going on. Because that rate, I don't know how we
It would
justify.
just be looking at it as a second transport team each day, whether it's to bring those juveniles to their medical appointments or back to court hearings if we go away from Zoom, or taking the sergeant off of doing those 63 transports that he's doing by himself because we don't have the staff to do it. So he's running out doing them. I'd like to get him back into the courthouse and doing his supervisory duties. So we'd be running 2 transports teams a day versus just the one that we have, just to.
So in answer to Commissioner Sherling's question, there's really not much opportunity to deal directly with the juvenile center because we're not dealing with that many transports from the juvenile center.
If it goes back to bringing them over for court, then
Then it would be.
increase it substantially, but now.
With the Zoom stuff.
The Zoom, they're not having to bring them over, which is.
So this really is flipped. It's not really transport for the juveniles. That's just an incidental thing. You're looking for a second team to do transport. And oh, by the way, they're gonna be able to do Clay County juveniles.
I don't know what
and
that
we're gonna
percentage would be. I don't know what the.
So we'll be better in compliance that way.
So if you look
Gotcha.
at numbers pre-COVID, so 2018, there's 294 transports. So if we pick up going to court again, that's obviously
Yeah,
going
no,
from 39 to 400 is quite a bit.
I would advocate
Or
to
300.
not go back to what we used to do.
Bet you the courts advocate that too.
I would be fine with
We learned a lot in the
Thank
last
you.
few years, so.
So that answers your question, I think. Probably not a lot of opportunity there to do anything with regard to the juvenile center, but then we've got still the question, is it appropriate to bring up, and what would happen then, we could utilize one of those transports if necessary to transport the juvenile center individuals back here. It's not the purpose of getting the transport. Okay. Mr. Peterson, your hand raised or just your pen?
I can always have my hand raised. So again, regarding the lack of detail, it's pretty tough to actually go through this budget like we used to be able to do. That aside, I mean, the reality is, in Sheriff Johnner's line here, this is salary. That's what the increase is. We've got 200,000, which is a massive amount of money, but in the scheme of things, proportionally, it's nothing. If I was to look for stuff to cut, I don't know where I would do it, honestly. Again, but that's $50,000.
I agree.
I'm struggling to not support our courts. right? If they say they need more people, I'm hard pressed to say, no, they're wrong, our sheriff's wrong, and our sheriff's team is wrong, we shouldn't hire anybody. I think the formula we're going to do, or the sheriff's department's gonna do regarding our partnerships is probably gonna be a larger number than any of us are thinking it may be, meaning if we just add the 2 + 2, I'm going through my inventory you shared with us regarding where folks are. I don't think the cities are going to accept it. I don't know how they say no, but I got a call however many years ago when Laney was looking at it. They heard us talking about it in one meeting, and the city commissioner from Castle go, you guys can't do this, chit chat. Well, okay, well, we're winding up subsidizing you with your peers' money, but it'll be a curious discussion. Get ready for some blowback. Yeah, I don't know where to cut. I'm feeling like I want to, but I don't know enough detail to tell you where, but it's staff.
My answer to that would be, I think small numbers, right? But so we got the fuel. We've also got to add in the revenue for the contract personnel. That's not in this budget yet.
No, that's
going to be a couple hundred thousand.
And that's part of my look as well.
Commissioner Steen, or Chair Steen, I'm sorry, and Commissioner Peterson. In light of visiting with the cities and the contracts, I mean, I'm assuming that that you first maybe want to see the numbers of every line item and what that actually looks like. You'd asked about the 3-year salary and to see what that actual difference is before we approach that, or do you want me to do that and approach and ask? I mean, how would you like the process to be for that?
Peterson.
Having not made the motion, what I would suggest is you present the number to us. We have the dialogue, then it's forwarded out to our friends in the cities. And then we can make an educated decision as a group, inclusive of you, Sheriff, because there's ramifications to you and your team as well.
Sure.
All that aside, I will be shocked if I don't get a call in the next couple of days from somebody. Shocked. Which isn't a bad thing. I'm not saying that should prevent us from looking at it, but.
And that's why I think that we should look at the numbers first and see what it actually looks like before we, because I don't know, I'm not making I'm giving approximation, so.
Someone's listening to this right now that will call
You
me.
may want to talk about a graduated increase over a period of 2 or 3 years.
Well, it would be Yeah, get the number. We don't know what the numbers are, so then we can find out. So if you take the approach that we talked about, take it and take the, we said basically 4 years, take that cost, the initial cost, amortize it over 4 years, what would the added on annual cost be for an FTE? Just do it that way and it's a starting point. And you can work with Robert and Brandy and Jim and whoever you want.
And I certainly understand, obviously, we're working with taxpayer dollars here. But we do receive benefits from having those contracts in those cities, and we certainly want to be good partners and work with those cities as well.
If I may, I need to point out that the people in the Cass County residents in Fargo and West Fargo are paying for that. And they're already paying for their law enforcement locally in addition to Cass County deputies. I don't know that they need to be paying for Horace and Castleton and Kindred on top of that. And I don't live in Fargo or West Fargo, but it's just my observation. I have friends that live here and they would take exception to it.
All right. Any other thoughts? Because we're going to have some strange motion here because we have to make some adjustments before we approve this, I believe. And so I'm looking at Sarah. Do you understand the proposed changes to this point?
The only thing I've actually heard a motion for is nada. So in other words, I haven't heard a single actual motion for changing anything.
All right, so I will move, just get this moving along here, Ernie. I will move to reduce the fuel budget by $60,000. That's one motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Brightling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
And then someone should make a motion with regard to, getting the revenue on the budget, in the budget before we approve it. Someone should do that.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second to basically adjust, and I'm not sure which numbers you use. I would say just use the current information you have with the contracts. If we have to update it with the new contracts, then so be it. I think that's an easy enough change.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chair, we'd have to go back and look at those numbers like we mentioned, and
Okay.
so.
Right?
The-
Commissioner
Mr.
Capitan.
Chairman, we're approving the budget.
We're approving changes right now. That's all we're changing.
Okay. That's what I was gonna ask. We're approving the budget except for the, looking at all the changes.
Just approving the changes right off the bat, so. All right. So is there a second on that? I think there was. To include, basically add the revenue in for the contracted services. Okay. Roll call.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Commissioner Brightling? Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
And then, Mr. Chair, do I bring those back at the next budget hearing, or do I present that in between, or how's that?
What we'll want to do is, I'm not sure how fast you can get that information, but work with Commissioner Capitan and whoever else you can work with, and Randy and Sarah, and see what we can do. Because we have to approve this budget by August 1st. We'd like to see some updated numbers by Thursday. Is that correct? I mean, that's when we're looking at.
He said he should have them for me this afternoon.
All right, so there you go.
Okay,
Rely on your staff, though. They do good work, right? So.
they most definitely do, and I appreciate everything that they did. for this
Anything
budget.
else? Anything else? Any other, Commissioner Brightling?
I'm still struggling with the fact of, in each of these budgets, we have a worker comp cost that is way out of line. And those should be adjusted to what past experience has shown it.
If you want me to adjust it away from what they recommend, I can do that.
The recommendation comes from the state. They're the ones who,
Each year, it's way above what we actually end up paying.
I don't know how far it is above.
Statistically, yeah, they always tell us to put in a larger number than we actually end up spending. And most of the time when we used to push it out every month to people's budget.
So this is an
We might
actual-
have to do a massive correcting entry to pull it back.
Commissioner Peterson.
Just because I'm curious, Sarah, did this change at all in recent years, meaning the last 5 or 10, or has it always been that way?
They change the numbers all the time.
But
Some
has it
percentage.
been a conservative
Depends on
number? And where I'm going is, did this all, when the Bakken first hit us, all the workman's comp stuff skyrocketed. So what I'm getting at is, has it changed in the last 10 years based upon input in the oil fields?
I wouldn't go with, I know about 10 years, but I would go within the last 4 to 5 years, that's been consistent.
See, I'm telling you.
Over.
Thank you.
Are we billed on actual experience?
They end up sending us an estimated bill, and then at the end, they come back and
With
change
actual
it up.
experience? Okay, so, and we tend to get a refund on that, I'm assuming. Okay. So, back to Mr. Breitling's question. I don't know. Who has an answer for Mr.
I think
Breitling?
we should
Commissioner Breitling.
think about making an adjustment across the board of all of these.
I can go
On-
in
on
and
the workers'
budget
comp,
half of what they recommend. I can do
Yeah.
that. 75%.
I
If
would.
you guys want me to make the change, just let me know.
It is where it is. The reality of this budget, it's going to be made on how much we give pay raises. That's how we're gonna make this thing work. Not just for the sheriff's department, but holistically for our population. We're not gonna be able to cut our way to this. It's the 8.5% that's distorting this proportion. So if that number has to become X to make this work, that's where we're gonna make this budget work, unless we want a deficit spend. I'm just saying that. Just saying. It's all people. Whether you go to the city of Fargo, West Fargo, we all know this. It's the team members that make the budget whole.
I don't disagree with that, but if we got parts, we can change parts. Commissioner Sherling?
Thank you. I mean, we already discussed with another department that if they're not going to use an employee, that we not include it in the budget. And if that's our thinking, we could cut 50 grand from your budget just because we know we're not going to spend it for workman's comp. So why have it there?
That's what, in fact, I'll make the motion that we cut it in half for budget purposes.
Okay,
For every department, right?
Yes, not just sheriff's department, for all departments.
for a second. For a second to that motion.
Discussion, I'll second it.
I just wonder if,
Half right. That was my only concern I have is half the right number. And we're looking to Sarah and Brandy. What are you guys thinking?
We don't have any history for the current. Apologize, forgot to turn my mic on. We don't have any history for the current year at this time because UKG doesn't also track workman's comp. It tracks the code, but it doesn't actually track the cost charge. So I can't tell you what it is last year, but I can tell you that we were usually over by about 25%.
25%. So is that a better number?
But they also jumped it this year for their percentage. So not only are we dealing with, we usually ended up getting 25% back, but they also increased their percents.
Commissioner Peterson?
I'm hard pressed to make any holistic adjustment prior to getting through this entire book. Then I'm, much like with our salary levels, I'm amenable to discussions at that time until, I would rather be catastrophic until we get to tomorrow afternoon.
So you're saying hold, you prefer to hold on that motion from hearing?
I'm voting no,
I
but
understand.
my logic is that.
I'm voting no on 50% as well, but I would consider something different than 50%, but.
I would vote no on 1%, and the
I know you
logic
would,
being
but-
no different than, I want to get through the whole book, see where we're at, and then we can start talking the entire breadth.
And I don't know what our total workers' comp bill is. What is it?
Don't know off the top of my head. And unfortunately,
Bigger than $5.
Smaller, is it smaller than $1 million?
yes, but not by much.
Yeah, not a lot, just based on employees.
And the issue there is, I get it, we rarely have ever adjusted the budget with one big spadeful. We've taken little bits here and there and got it to where we thought it was gonna work. We can wait and do that, and I'm okay with doing it either way, but as long as we address it, just don't ignore it. Randy, do you have something to add? No. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so there's a motion, and we've had discussion, and roll call.
Commissioner Capitan?
No.
Commissioner Steen?
No.
Commissioner Sherling? No. Commissioner Breitling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
But I do want to come back and revisit that before we finalize anything. All right, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on to emergency management. Jim?
Chairman Steen, members of the commission, this is, it goes by fast. Our seventh budget hearing I've had the opportunity to present to this group. I must be a slow learner because I've always been told never follow the sheriff's department's budget and never interfere with your lunch break. So as always, I will try.
2 strikes against you.
I know, 2 strikes, and I'll try to keep this brief and hopefully it's straightforward. And when I conclude, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. In short, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the 2023 budget request, not including salary and benefits, is $259,228. The increases include some slight variations from the 2022 budget, including generator maintenance, education travel per diem, association dues, office supplies, fuel, routine maintenance on vehicle equipment, and that ranges from anywhere from $25 to $300 in those line items. You will see in the memo or the letter that was addressed to you a breakdown of those line items and the increase associated with that. By far, the largest increase is reflected in the field equipment line item. And that's where I'm coming before you to ask for the potential consideration of a new work vehicle for 2023. And the current work vehicle is just under 100,000 miles. It's a 2012 Dodge Durango. In attempting to keep this thing down the road, it's in need of more and more repairs aside from the normal maintenance. The last budget cycle, and last time I was in front of you, I asked for some additional dollars to put on shocks and struts. I just blew that because I had to get the air conditioner fixed. It went out. I think it must be the age, and it's just, seeing some repairs. There's some additional costs besides the $39,500 in working through not only the state bid, receiving information from Dean Holland and light vehicle, so it would be similar to the package that the civil officers drive on a Ford Explorer. Some additional costs include transfer of the police radio, essentially, that I have inside that vehicle, hitch, wiring, and the maintenance involved with that. The remaining balance in that field equipment fund of $8,000 is actually a dip from last year's budget. Last year's was $14,000, this year will be $8,000, because we've completed some repairs on some paging towers, and that was very much appreciated from our rural responders. Lastly, there is a hazardous material fund that I report on, Fund 236, and that has roughly a balance of a little over $30,000 in it. That's typically where it remains. Generally, year after year, we're anywhere from $8,000 to $9,000 in deposits that we receive from the state back into that fund. And there are no changes requested for the 2023 budget out of that fund. So the overall increase, to reiterate, comes from the request of a vehicle replacement. I did fail to mention, as always, our office goes after the Emergency Management Performance Grant. We received our preliminary okay, but until that's finalized, like everything else, they did increase that by a little over $9,000 this year. The total amount that we are slated to receive would be $163,470. So, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Commissioner Sherling.
Thank you. So, Jim, I'm just curious, what did you budget for fuel per gallon? I see you have a slight increase.
Yep, I do. Actually, that's no laughing matter because it certainly does increase. Mr. Chair, Chairman Peterson, listen to me. I can't even get my names right.
I'm sitting here all the time. So.
Well, he's been asking so many of the questions. I was ready. I was ready
I
for
got the
beer.
name tag there.
Yep.
So.
Yep. I'm sorry. I don't even do it by that. I do it by the miles that I drive, and I try to approximate that. And so I've been pretty close throughout the year. I get a little bit over, but I don't do it on a per gallon charge there.
Okay.
So.
It wasn't 50% increase, put it that way.
Yeah, it wasn't $6 a gallon.
Right. So any questions for Jim? Any other questions? Or motion? Mr. Captain?
I first of all, explanation, I agree with him because he and I chatted about a vehicle and the emergency manager. Having served in that capacity for quite a few years, needs at least a four-wheel drive vehicle in order to get around some of these disaster areas. So based on that, I move that we approve his budget as presented.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Second. There's a second. Discussion on the motion. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Commissioner Brightling.
Yes. Motion passes. Thanks, Jim.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
And-
Commissioners.
Sarah.
Did that include his small fund, 236?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very
We
much.
didn't do the sheriff's funds either.
I noticed, but I didn't. You have to bring
Oh, we
them
didn't
back
approve anything with
anyway
sheriff's
because you
funds,
didn't approve the
Okay, you mentioned two funds, or one, just the one?
Just the one
Okay,
that
I think
has
I
Ms.
mentioned
Miller.
two funds, or he had a balance in the fund of something, I'm thinking, I don't know what that was. Anyway, so is there a motion to approve, budget for fund number 236?
Moved.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Brightling.
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson.
Yes.
Commissioner Steen.
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan.
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling.
Yes.
Thank you for the reminder, and unless there's any objection, we will recess for lunch. Be back at 12:30.
What time?
12:30.
12:15.
12:15? Oh, that's gonna be tight.
Unless you want to do like, I don't know, 12, 20? Because otherwise we have to push everything back.
You're correct.
I think for Kazi's is gonna take, what, 40 seconds?
Like 12:25? 12:20?
Whenever we get back there, we'll start up. So try to get back there at a reasonable time. I'm just gonna go downstairs for a sandwich. I don't know what anyone else
Yeah.
is doing, but okay.
What do they got? I didn't look at the menu.
It's
I was gonna go to Mexican Village. What do they have downstairs?
I have no idea.
It's just a grill menu today, so burgers, wraps, chicken tenders.
I might make a taco job.
Directors.
All right. Well, thank you, Chairman Steen and Commissioners, and present in front of you is my budget. I shouldn't be a whole lot of surprises in it from where we've been previous years. Some of the charges for service reassessment fees went down slightly because as cities are paying back that deal we had with Vanguard, that's getting worked on a little bit. But outside of that, I really didn't do too much changes for any of our day-to-day activities. You'll see some drops in PC software and computer equipment because those were needs from last year that weren't needed this year. The big topic I guess I want to talk about and just kind of recently, we kind of got late to the game on identifying and meeting with Christensen on developing a space or and some ideas from them on developing it right. And we met with Gene, and I actually discussed with Robert a little bit on this too. And I understand there's at the moment, there's a $55K, I think, line item budgeted under buildings and grounds for ours.
Building fund.
Yeah, building fund. And the move to the space across from us, I know that was quite expensive and didn't really meet the appetite of what we need as a county right now. But looking at kind of reconfiguration of our current space, and the more I think it through, I don't want to just put money towards there and have it be a Band-Aid fix and have to come back here later. And I feel it's kind of going to be that route if we do any work on there. But what I would like to do is take that budget item and work with Christensen, work with Gene, and just kind of see, can we make this work in this space, the space across the hall, at that price? And if there's something that works for that, great. If there's not, I would just say we wouldn't want to spend a dime of it, because otherwise I think we're just kind of wasting at that point. So interested on kind of the commission's thoughts on that. Maybe still trying to utilize, I think for our department's growth and what we need, that area is just such a blank slate and open canvas for us to work with. I think it's going to really be beneficial for us down the road.
Commissioner Peterson.
Okay. Okay.
Good to me.
All right.
And I would say if it comes to having to do it in stages, at least you get in and it's adequate for a while, knowing that down the road you have to maybe do a little more without
Sure.
ripping things out again.
Okay.
I like the idea of maybe working with them and saying, without having to rip out a wall, can we make it work?
Sure.
Because I think it was probably the big cost of doing that is you're taking out a wall in that one scenario, correct?
Yeah, if we would
Non-load-bearing
have
wall and-
staying in our first one, it would have been or the one we're in now, it would have been removing some walls and just, we haven't even honestly met with them on how we do the furniture in our current reconfiguration. We kind of specifically just went towards what if we were in the other space, so.
So what I'm hearing is you would be okay with leaving the 55 in the building fund.
Yep.
As a commitment, and then moving forward and see what you can come up with.
Yeah, if it's something that we can work and get into that space, great. If not, we wouldn't even want to touch it.
Anything on Commissioner Captain?
I was kind of thinking the same thing when they were talking about taking out walls and that stuff. Could you still work with it without taking out walls and just use cubicles?
Yeah, at the other spot, I believe so. That's kind of what we're leaning towards. Just meeting with my guys, and cubes would be fine as long as it's done correctly and it's just set up right. Honestly, our office, for the most part, we're out of the office a lot, so that wouldn't be an issue, I don't think.
Anything on the operating budget?
There's really no changes. I added just a slight percent to some of the travel stuff, just anticipating maybe costs and travel might go up and hotels.
Any questions for Paul on the operating budget?
How does that Vanguard, do they work out pretty good for you?
Yeah, it's been really well for us. So what we're doing with them, since I haven't had a chance to where I can just go out on my own and do a complete commercial reappraisal. I've been working, we've been budgeting, I think, $10K a year for annual service where they come out and do projects that I request them to go through. And, we've been cycling through some of the bigger elevators and some of the other commercial properties just to make sure those are on track until I can basically do a commercial-wide reassessment myself.
Any other questions? Or a motion? Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Commissioner Brightling? Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
All right,
Paul?
I really appreciate it. We got us back on track. It's
We
12,
did.
you know,
Thank you
so-
very much.
Paul,
Yes.
have you heard anything from the state level on the adjustments that we refused to make?
Yeah, so nobody's followed through with that at this point. I suspect it will be pretty similar to what happened the way I received them, which is the last day to file. So I'm expecting August 5th, we're going to get a lot of appeals coming through, and the state will be requesting for all that information.
Thank you.
Yep.
Right, on to finance, page 258. And I'm guessing Randy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Board. I'd like to present to you today with the finance budget. The main source of income for finance is our interest income, and we've noticed a decrease in interest income, so there's an 80,000 reduction in proposed revenue based on poor performance on our current investments and the lower interest rates. Other revenue income, we're expecting it to be pretty consistent with prior years. When we go into our full-time salaries, you'll notice it doesn't seem to have the same fluctuation as some other departments, and that's mainly because our election coordinator and our election administrator positions were both accommodated within that line item, and that's been moved over into the election budget. So there's a little bit of a distortion in that, and that's the same with all of the benefits as well. When we move down into our operating expenses, I placed in a $5,000 internal control consultant. There we have current internal control policy that is in need of some updates. So I'm hoping to move towards that. Other increases include forum notices and increasing prices within publications. We've increased our budget there to better reflect what we're currently spending. Seminar registration, we increased that a bit. We're hoping that one of our treasury managers attains her CPFO, so we've added in some additional training in for that. Going into the general office supplies, this one tends to be under budgeted, so we really just aligned it with our current actuals. And within that is your toner, your office supplies, and paper. So really things that we need to move the office along. Within our computer equipment, we budgeted for 5 scanners. There are requirements for our Microsoft Dynamics, and that is a desk scanner for the employees to be able to do their payment processing as well as invoice scanning. And then office equipment, in line with the new election administrator position. When it was first budgeted, there wasn't a desk that was budgeted for it. So when they do come in, we won't have a place for our temporary workers to reside. So we were hoping, and we gathered an estimate to add another cubicle on and move our printing station over to the side a little bit closer to our printer. So in total, that's about $14,600. And that'll give us a whole new cubicle. And in the end, because of the election administrator position, which was the new position prior, it shows that we're really under budget. But I would say that really in the operating expenses, we're about $23,000 more than we were in the prior year.
That was finance operations. Any questions on finance operations? We've got cemetery and elections left. So any questions on this one, just to keep it simple? I had one question that's kind of related. On line 1025, we got 30,000 for temp for the budget, and then that's moved, I think it just got moved down to 3320.
Yeah, so very good eye, of course. And in the forecast, the 30,000 is missing. So originally, before Microsoft Dynamics, we had our temporary professional staff up in the salaries. We've just simply moved that down below the line item, and the $30,000 for the current year forecast is missing and will be placing that back in. We're expecting that it will be spent this year.
Okay. And then that number is different than, I think there's another 30,000 floating around here somewhere for temp. What did
That's
I
the
say?
same one.
Same one.
It should only be up top in prior years and current budget, and then it should be moved down below for next year's budget.
Oh, here it was. Temp, this is under elections, that's a separate.
With elections
temporary.
budget, yeah.
That's separate, okay. All right. Any other questions on operations? Okay, how about cemetery?
So our cemetery budget is really quite similar to prior years. I have proposed a small increase of 4% for salary for our caretaker there. And that equates to approximately $20 a month. And then on the offset with the operational supplies, there was a bit of a bump last year to 30,000, and we've reduced that down to 20,000, hoping that they'll be able to continue on with the ongoing maintenance.
Any questions on finance cemetery? Anybody? Moving on to finance elections.
So with our elections, again, you'll notice that the salary, the full-time salary line item doesn't have any historical figures to place that against, and that is both the election administrator position as well as the coordinator. And then, of course, the benefits that go with that. As we move down, we are in a non-election year, and there are two items that I just wanted to note with the temporary and the overtime. Currently, it shows that we're going to budget 30,000 and 4,000 as a non-election year. Those don't need to be in there. So if you would like to remove those,
So delete the 30,000.
that would be my recommendation.
So moved. Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second to delete the $30,000 under finance elections temporary employment agency. Any discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Brightling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Continue.
Did you also want to include the 4,000 overtime? That was both? Okay.
Consider that both, the overtime number and the 30,000. Yep.
Correct. As we move forward, a lot of the big reductions are simply because it's not an election year, and we've really just kept our utilities, our gas, and maintenance, our rental agreement, pretty much all the same. I did increase the seminar registration and the travel, considering there's going to be a third person, accommodating each person to go to a session per year. So the big ticket item here is this computer equipment, which has ballot on demand. I received a proposal that would come to about $6,000, a computer or a printer, and accommodating 40 for every election venue that we have, or for 4, which would be 4 at, I'll start over. For 40 printers, accommodating 4 at each center. With that, I think that's a bit high. What I would like to accomplish with ballot on demand is more so of strategizing with our ballot ordering. Currently, when we order ballots, we're ordering about 90,000 ballots, accommodating for almost every active voter that we have, and then we're throwing away about 70,000. So what I would like to do as we move forward is come up with a bit more of a strategic plan on how to order the minimum amount that we need and maybe utilize a ballot on demand printer for just supplementing if somebody does come in, wants a paper ballot, and we don't have any left, we can print it up at that point. The printers do appear to be quite slow. So there are a couple of different strategies, but I would almost suggest right off the get-go that half of that would be the most I would even entertain in a first-year implementation, if that's something that you would agree upon.
Mr. Peterson.
Ms. Madrigal, what is the specialty of these printers? Is it the ink? Is it, what makes them so expensive?
What I noticed when I went through the quote, it's this transfer card, the ballot on demand universal transfer card. And I'm hoping that Bob can come up and better explain that cost.
There are two limitations to the ballot on demand printers. The first off is the transfer card that has encrypted data that can only be read by those printers. It is hardware specific and tracked. That allows it to have the ballot data sent to it and unencrypted natively. You can't just plug a computer into it and use it. It will not work. The second aspect of these printers, which is what led us to initially looking at all of them and then we cut that back down after discussion, is the speed. If you've seen any of our physical ballots, they print nearly all the way to the edges with timing marks. That means this has to go back to the old school laser jet printer where the head goes back and forth and makes every single line, compared to our copiers that rely upon rollers, leaving roughly a 1/4 inch. Based upon our discussions with both the vendor as well as internal discussions between myself and Ms. Madriga, we feel these would be a fantastic supplemental object to maintain the ability to provide a ballot or a digital ballot to any voter at any location with the minimal wait time, while having the minimal amount of time spent by our staff, or in the case of this election, Robert himself, driving extra ballots out to physical facilities. It's 45 minutes to Tower City and back. If we're doing that to bring 10 ballots, we're burning how much of the county's money that could just be specifically printed? These will get better. They will increase in speed. There is a lot of options as we go up with this system. I believe Ms. Rodriguez's point on this is let's start somewhere small. Let's have this benefit us and grow into this system more organically as we see its benefits. Any other technical questions on it? Or?
Not so much technical, but just a question. So with the original proposal 40, is that at every polling site then in the county? So one at every polling site?
Or at every polling. So we generally have 10 vote centers, and it would accommodate for 3 plus 1 backup, should one fail. And that would be with the initial intention of not ordering pre-printed ballots. As well, we were also planning on having the absentee applications being printed up. So as the staff in the back of the finance office processes each application, they could just print up the ballot and send out the absentee application.
So 3?
I don't think that is what I'm gonna propose any
I'm
longer.
thinking if
As
you
I
go out
was,
to somewhere out in western North Dakota where it's one precinct takes up 3/4 of the county, you probably
yeah.
don't need to do a lot of printing. You don't have one available. Some of these small precinct or the voting centers would make a whole lot more sense to me than having one for every, vote machine out there. I mean, however you do it, just doesn't make sense to have a bunch of printers sitting around gathering dust that aren't gonna get used, in my mind.
Yeah,
But
the concern was we have seen some lineups even at some of those smaller facilities. And if you're printing out District 9127, no one else could print something out, so our line just keeps growing. Having the multiples there was to help to speed our voters through. But I completely agree. 3 was more focusing on our Fargo Dome, our Atonement, that kind of larger sites. For our smaller sites, honestly, one with one potentially floater backup, we'd have to drive out there. The downfall was with our initial plan, we were looking at primarily having ballot on demand be our way of providing ballots. That's why we always had the spare on site. If it dropped, we could get that plug back in, be back up in 5 minutes, compared to us having to drive equipment from Fargo.
and if I may add, an express vote is also a form of ballot on demand because you have a blank ballot that you put in, and then you have somewhat of an electronic paper or pencil that you're writing that on. So also promoting the express vote is another strategy. I would like to explore this option, and I think that at a minimum, it would be at most half where we would end up going, but I would like to be able to go away and come back with something substantial to the board.
Where this would really benefit us is our absentee, because we don't know who will request absentee, who's going to ask for what. So right now, we sort of have to guesstimate and then order the paper and have it on hand. With this, someone requests an absentee for this district, we can print it, stick it in the envelope, send it off. The waste is eliminated, which is a huge benefit for us, especially for our front counter workers.
Commissioner Peterson.
Just kind of curious, I'm flipping around online too. Is there a better supplier, manufacturer, or more trusted, or?
We are limited to what's certified by state of North Dakota for ballot on demand printers.
Secretary of State, okay.
Yep, so Secretary of State would have to approve it. They currently do approve both Dominion and ES&S. We have such a heavy deployment of ES&S already that is who we have quoted. You can't really mix the two.
Okay, that's from election systems and software.
Yep.
And,
Go ahead.
my apologies. I might add as well, this was just an initial quote to get an idea of what it would cost. We weren't specifically going to marry ourselves to one vendor, but the Secretary of State does have a contract that allows counties to utilize that contract and not necessarily go out to tender, in that if we choose one of the suppliers that they also have a contract with.
And a thought I would have, as you indicated, this is not an election year coming up. 23 is not. And you said things are going to get better. I'm assuming probably faster, easier to use, easier to run. So I'm not, convinced me why, of the urgency of buying these in 23.
I would like to implement them on a non-election year, because as soon as we move into an election year, working with the
How are we implementing it? I'm just.
The actual setup, so they have all the implementation services, equipment installation, kind of determining as more of a planning item, so that once we get into the election in the early stages, it's already there and we're not worrying about the setup of other than just simply the ballot.
There's a large amount of logistics involved with this. These are large items. It's a printer and a cart and everything that get it
More
out.
storage.
More storage as always.
Right.
I mean, we'll have to start going vertical here soon. But that is the same thing for Ms. Madriga. My staff needs to have time to learn these systems, train them, since if we're in the middle of an election season, things will break and we don't want to be learning while doing. This is a system where we'd like to have it solid and ready to go before it gets deployed. In addition to current supply chain concerns, after discussing with the vendors, I believe your quote was valid for 14 days or something like that, because they can't promise pricing due to availability. Right. If we ordered right now, maybe they would show up by end of year, maybe it might be later. So that'd be the other part of getting in that big line. Everything is short right now, as we're all aware.
So yeah, and I agree, everything is short right now, bad time to order or buy anything, in my mind, because everything's short, so you're gonna pay top dollar.
So the contract price on this actually is pre-negotiated and locked in, so that's the benefit of.
For 14 days.
The quote is valid for 14 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's just kind of
Because
follow
of
up
the
on
state
that whole thing.
contract.
Is,
State contract, should we negotiate rates?
Yeah, pre-negotiated rates, I believe there was a clause based upon additional freight or shipping charges and things like that, because trucks have fuel charges and right now and so on. And with our large amount here, it would be freight.
so I get the whole concept of get them on board so we can learn and train and get all that done. How many does it take to train so you know how to set them up?
There's a secondary side to this from the IT aspect, because that had come up just to do that proof of concept. We have been very beneficial in our current deployments of having equivalent equipment for every physical location. If we had ordered, say, 5 now to learn on or whatever like that, and we go to order more in 2023 or 2024, that model may not be available any longer. It could be better, but it also may need different ink, different rollers, different maintenance supplies. Having a unified platform makes it easier to support this equipment versus having 17 different things. It's having a standard and a metric wrench set. You don't want to have to use both, but you do because it mixed.
You know, it kind of concerns me, Bob, that we'd be willing to order something to this extent that's going to be out of date by the time we actually have to use it. I mean, not out of date, it's still usable, but pretty soon we're going to want to buy another one because these are the better and best ones here. So let's as we get closer to the election, let's buy the new ones now. I mean, so I get the fact, you know, it's new, it's shiny, something we can do, something we need, something we can save $21,000. It looks like on, right? So we can spend using your number. I know you don't spend 300 some odd thousand to save 21,000 next year. I'm thinking, I'm not sold on the concept personally, but I get it, it's probably something you really want to have, but I'm thinking, what's the best timing?
This is a question to have, and I completely agree with your dispatcher there. This is, I'll be honest, this is not so much a want or a need as that's kind of, let's reach and see how we can better this for our voters.
Yep.
The last thing we want is for people that don't have a paper ballot, if they request it and then are sent towards our express votes, which are completely adequate, but then it's that negative feeling. You're right, with our current budget standpoint, this may not be the best timing, and that is up for the commission to decide. However, I do believe, just from serving our citizenry, this would be something we should then circle back to and relook at potentially in our next non-election year, so what would be 2025.
Well, or 20, and I'll, you know, getting into the weeds here, but you say you need a lead time and whatever, you have to order whatever, but I'm sure you can order something. You don't, nothing's assured, especially right now. You don't have a clue what's gonna happen. A year from now, I don't know what it's gonna be like, but it might be, hey, we've got a 2-month turnaround. I don't know what that is. And here's the price, because things are back to normal, like whatever normal is, and you can get it by January or whatever. I'm just throwing that out there, but anyway, that's my thoughts.
That's a strong thought. I mean, to your point, while at NACO this exact time, we talked to our current vendor, and they showed us some of the new features of the express votes, which, based upon some of the concerns we have with the previous election, solved those automatically with a new feature set. So potentially, maybe we look closer to that way. That would be something for our election and hopefully our new election administrator to really lead.
I'd personally be more interested in looking what's gonna happen in the next year, spend the 21,000 for, well, wait, we don't have an election this year, right? We don't have to spend the 21,000 and see what we have to spend down the road to make this work. That'd be my 2 cents.
Would there be any argument for potentially a very small deployment specifically for absentee ballot providing?
Sure.
That would be what I would say at most 3 for your front desk area, or maybe 4? It's up to you, really.
Yeah, and I think that something like that would have been a bit more of where I would have ended up in the end, is having, so you have 1 laptop and 2, at max 3 printers.
Sure.
So that's where some of the numbers come into play.
I love the idea about the absentee, because you can get that to them, or print it right there and get it off to them. I think that's a great idea, so.
Yeah,
it's a good test.
my other thought was maybe at 1 or 2 of the big vote centers that do happen to run out, but I was pretty sure I was gonna end up with a scaled back, quite
A year and
scaled
a half
back.
down the road, you know. Commissioner Peterson, you had something to
Yeah,
say?
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So where do the printers go? They seem bigger than countertop. So do you create a station like we have in that small the back meeting room, or?
They actually have a rolling card specified to these machines with all their wiring pre-done. From a physical logistical standpoint, that would determine based upon your existing remodeling with Christensen's and things like that. But since they are directly connected, all they need is power. These don't touch network at all because it's an election. So we would have to physically find that. Due to the length of our early voting and our absentee ballots, it may end up being semi in the way for a little bit. However, we also take over the merit space right now to store these containers of ballots during that time. So it's no different than we currently do.
And I guess just as a final note, if I can add a little bit of a visual for the amount of ballots that we threw away, was 3 big, large recycling bins filled with ballots that were not utilized.
Better to have more than you need than not enough, right? It's true. So, that's I've been talking a lot, so leave it open for the rest of you guys.
Mr. Chair, I would just make one quick comment that when we were at the convention, we were going somewhere on a bus, and I happened to be sitting next to an election administrator from another county, and had just been to there was a site visit for the election site for Adams County, and just started chatting, and one of the things he mentioned was the portable, the ballot printers. Knowing that this conversation was coming, just quizzed him a little bit. Do you have them for all your vote centers? Do you have, or did you deploy your full need right off the bat? How did you do it? And he said, "Oh yeah, works great. We bought the full slate right off the bat." So while there was good feedback on the value of having them, certainly appreciate the approach of starting slowly, fine tuning our process and getting up to speed. But the feedback was very much, very positive.
And I also, and Brandy as well, attended that. Adams County is a full mail ballot state, so they partner with a company that sends out ballots to everyone immediately. As such, they have a much lower threshold for people coming into vote centers and physically voting during that period. We had asked on the thing, and they said it was what, like 800 or something like that, that actually got printed during Election Day.
A big investment to print 800, doesn't it?
They had a big investment on everything.
Ballots.
I took a lot of pictures, and the number of ballot on demand printers that they have are way beyond what you would even think. And because they are an all mail-in county, their vote centers are just simply there for people to come and get their ballot and then leave. It's not an actual vote center where you have the scanner at the same location. And so they were quite impressive and quite the investment in equipment of all types and sizes.
It was a $60 million facility, at least, based upon the equipment as well as the physical floor plan. Their storage room alone that they only used for storage was triple the size of the election warehouse. And that was what, 1/4 to 1/5 of their space?
Yeah.
Commissioner Brightling.
If we were to go with a scaled back version that you were talking about, how many printers would there be and what would the cost be?
I would like to take the opportunity to really come back with a strategy that would meet before committing to, but I would say at max it would be 20, and I would actually think that we could probably get down to, I would say between 10 and 15 if possible. And the cost, this is basically, it's about $6,600 per printer. 66, and that's including the laptop per two printers. So there's always a possibility that you could have 3 printers on 1 computer, which could also help reduce the cost. I would like to be able to schedule a demo. I have ESNS who are willing to schedule a demo over the next week, and we did approach them about possibly doing a little bit of
Proof of concept, have them deliver equipment. Because if we're looking at investing potentially a large amount of funds, I want to poke it before we pay for anything.
So would 56,000 cover what you're looking for? Not quite, right? 66,000.
If we did 66, that's 10, which would allow us to have.
Yeah, that's 10.
That'd be 3 at the front counters.
I'd be happy to start anywhere.
So I heard 3 in-house, so starting in-house with trial of 3 of them at your desk, 20,000. Or is that just a waste of?
There's a benefit to that specifically for our absentees, where I think we would see a large amount of benefit. The idea of going up towards that 10 mark would be also testing them in our busier vote centers that do have higher turnover on paper ballots.
So like during early voting at the Dome or something?
Yep, Dome, Atonement, those areas where we get large have potentially like 2 at each of those locations and then a floater in case something breaks. I could state, and I'm speaking for myself here, starting with a couple at the front counter would be the bare minimum, and then migrating to having them at the vote centers potentially in a secondary year. However, as we do delay the rollout, we do run into the potential different models and having to maintain different sets of equipment.
Opportunity for different models.
Opportunity,
Both ways, right?
opportunity,
Okay.
yep.
I think that with being able to have a few that we can deploy to some vote centers, it would also just give us a great opportunity to dial back on the number of ballots that we print, and we really could save some money and waste.
Is that worth?
10 would be sufficient for 2 vote centers and the front counters with some floaters. And I do love the idea of if we trial it, you're trialing it by fire with voters.
Perfect. Commissioner Peterson.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a motion?
Please.
Motion to amend the 316 down to 66 with the intent of purchasing 10 ballot on demand machines of the, no brand. You
Yeah.
pick it, whatever, and value engineering or right sizing, pick your terminology as to whatever you see fit and works the best.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second discussion. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling? Commissioner Brightling?
Yes.
thank you very much on it. I think it makes a lot of sense, but I won't jump in without wading in first, so that's my thoughts on that. Okay, any other questions on finance? And I think with this one, are we clear enough? We can actually approve it with the changes? I'm asking, I mean, there's two simple changes, right? We deleted one item and reduced the other one to 250,000, right? We delete two?
Temp and overtime,
Oh, okay, yep.
then modified to 6.
Deleted?
Reduced it by 66 down to 250, yep.
Oh, no, my motion was 66.
Well, that's right, I'm going backwards, thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Reduced it by 250, thank you very much.
Commissioner Breitling, item 1025 and 1035 were eliminated. And then we amended 7401 to the 66,000.
Peterson, is that a motion to approve the budget as amended? Is there a second? Is there a second?
No, I said I'm looking. I'll make a motion, sure.
Now, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there a discussion on the motion? Discussion on the motion. Roll call.
Commissioner Breitling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yep.
Commissioner Breitling?
Passed.
Wait, you said
said my
Breitling
name
twice and I didn't get a
Yes, Shirley?
chance.
Commissioner Shirley?
Yes.
That's the second time.
Well, Commissioner Shirley, you've been around long enough. That's how you get stuff done. You ask the same person a couple times and you get a 3-0, nothing, you get hope no one's paying attention, and next thing you know, you got 3 new Tahoes.
We are moving on to the next item on the agenda, State's Attorney's Office. Mr. Burdick and Tracy, or Mr. Burdick or whoever. Thank you.
286.
I did not get to you a summary sheet ahead of time, so I'm passing the around now, but I will explain it.
You can email me later.
I will share, but you can take my copy.
Thank you. I haven't sat in on your other budget hearings, but I assume we're doing this much the way we did before, which is to point out those things that are of particular change and then ask questions if you've got them. Sound right? Okay. So I've handed you out a sheet. I'm pointing you first to the red things simply because, as I find out from Sarah, although I didn't know this, a couple of those first two red things I've now scratched through, saying something should be changed from an expense to a revenue account, and Sarah has already taken care of that on her own. So you can ignore those. There's one having to do with overtime salaries for the victim witness coordinators, and I would have to say, and this is perhaps a matter of age, but the way these printed out for me when we were doing these, I looked at the work that my staff had put in, but the print was so minute, it was almost impossible to read. And I apparently missed that last red item on there, which is that I had asked her to put in $2,500 for a potential overtime salary for our victim witness coordinators, but it came out as $500, which is what had been done in the past. It's an account that tends to, sometimes we use it, sometimes we don't. Sometimes there's a few $100s in it, sometimes there are a couple $1,000s of expenses in there, and I thought we needed a little extra room. So it's adding an additional $2,000 into the budget that wasn't there when we submitted it, and I apologize for that, and you can quiz me on that if you want, but that's my request as far as to amend that. We can come back to that if you'd like. The other two items I've noted on the summary sheet are office equipment. Some years ago in the mid-2000s, I can't remember the exact year, we expanded from the 4th floor down to the 3rd floor as well. We had relatively new equipment put in at that time, and it was nice desk and office equipment, but nobody thought about sit-to-stand at the time. In the meantime, we have changed a few of those desks down there to utilize the sit-to-stand feature, largely for the support staff because they spend a great deal of time at their desks. the sit-to-stand feature has become a fairly common thing that we're utilizing in office furniture now, and others down there are wishing that same option on their desks on the third floor. So this budget item, it has a few things, but largely it's focused on putting in the sit-to-stand feature on a number of desks on our third floor for attorneys and others that don't already have that feature. The other change, which looks significant, is that second black item on my summary sheet there, something called indecipherably client services, client support. What that really means is in our child welfare division, the people that work on our child protection cases, they at times have to pay expert witness fees. In the past, that number has been fairly low. People have not been submitting them. They're often in our Indian Child Welfare Act related cases, but we have been given some foreknowledge that they are going to begin charging for things that they have not charged in the past and for which they are allowed to charge. And so we've boosted that up, making a guesstimate of about $9,000 until we have some experience on that in the current environment. We're not going to really know what that number is, but that's our guesstimate for the moment. So those are the two primary points that I wanted to raise, and then I'll just open it up to any questions you all may have.
Any questions for Mr. Burdick? I have one. I may have missed this and was trying to catch up with where you're at.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'll repeat whatever you'd like.
I know. No, I may have just missed it. So there's a temp employment agency line item for 20,000, and I thought we hired somebody so we didn't have to pay the temp agency in your department, did we not? Just as different.
We did. We have, and then there's one more thing I forgot to ask, and I forgot to put down on this sheet of paper that got missed. We have traditionally had temp agency hours in there. We have people out for varying reasons from time to time. Often, if they're going to be out for a short period of time, it's not worth bringing in a temp agency employee. If they're going to be out for an extended period of time on an illness or on maternity leave or something of that nature, then it can be helpful to bring in some outside support for our office operations, because usually everybody's pretty busy, and when somebody's gone, you feel it. So sometimes we've used a number of those hours, sometimes we've used less. The 20,000 is there. I think we had 20,000 in there before, and it's there to cover the need for those employees. The case that you're referring to here is we had a temp employee here. We'd had some problem filling our file clerk position, and we had hired somebody from one of the temp services agencies, and then, as you know, because it hasn't been that long ago, we had an opportunity to hire that person on as our own permanent staff, but there was a getting out of the services contract fee that was something in the nature of a little over $5,000. And so we paid that because we'd had such trouble trying to fill that position. We were delighted to have somebody who we knew, because we'd worked with them, and that they fit well in that position and wanted it. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, so it's not the same. I mean, I just thought it was the budget 20, projections 20, next year's 20, and I thought, again, I just had to ask the question. It was just an oversight, or intended to be there, the 20,000, that's all.
It's intended to be there simply because, who knows what 2023 will bring. Looking back historically, this is an enveloping amount which has worked for us. Okay. But if you have nobody out next year, then you spend essentially nothing in that category. But if you have multiple people out, then it's important to have an opportunity to cover that under the budget.
It's not a big number. I just, ComEx is involved with that.
Sure.
Hiring that person and whatever.
And that's the reason why. One thing I forgot to mention, and I'm not sure how this escaped us either, I'm going to, for Sarah's benefit, I'm going to mention this number in the old numbering system. Not quite sure how it would pop up in the new numbering system. In the old numbering system, and I can email this to you later, Sarah, if the commission approves it, 101-3101-419.8 10-20. It fits in the category of employment expenses, and it is an hourly fee. Somehow I put that in there, but it didn't get in this item. It would be for $12,500. That is for our law clerk position. We have in our office a law clerk. We have one every summer, but we also sometimes utilize them before and after, more part-time. They're full-time during the summer. They usually are a law clerk, a law student up at UND Law School. They come down and work for us. It's a two-piece thing like any kind of clerkship or internship would be. We get important work out of them in support of our own needs, but they also get an outstanding experience. I'll give you an example. A fellow who now works for us as one of our lawyers, and who, when he was done with law school, clerked for the North Dakota Supreme Court, got in, if my memory serves me right, 5 Supreme Court arguments while still a student. I don't think you're going to get that anywhere. I don't think that record will ever be beat. But that's an incredible experience, as you can imagine, for students, but works for us as well. So it serves two purposes. Somehow, in our moving through the employments of Sarah.
Because of, like I said, new system UKG 1020 cannot exist for that particular employee because of the fact that they have to run through regular monthly payroll. Therefore, that amount, which was apparently given to me at $9,000, is in the budget and it is included under the regular hourly salaries line item.
Do I have that on what I have?
Under full-time salaries?
Yep.
Oh, it's under
Because
full-time salaries?
it's included in there, but at 9,000, and I heard you say 12.
I said 12.5. I'm not quite sure where the
So-
9 came from.
9 is what it is in here.
Close enough.
Though.
Close enough for the next state's attorney.
There is that. Thank you.
Segue.
But that's why you're looking
Okay.
for it and going, why isn't it there? It's there, you just
I just
can't
have
see it
question.
because the system won't
Yeah,
separate it.
And I'm sure you've, Sarah's maybe explained this, and maybe the rest of you have heard this from others. I realize we're utilizing a new system, and I'm glad to have the new system, and moving out of the old green screen to something else was a great idea. But a bunch of things changed, and we essentially saw nothing about wages and benefits and that kind of thing in the information we got. So it was a little hard to track what was happening and what was not. But as long as Sarah's on top of it and you've all got it, that's all I really care about.
Mr. Peterson, thank you, Mr. 2 questions. First of all, Sarah, where's the coffee fund at?
Now.
I can add that. Let's make that happen.
I'm not Mr. Burdick, I'm not gonna demand anything, but we're missing coffee funds, so that's A. And arguably, that's one of the most important funds in this entire book I have. That aside, Mr. Burdick,
Yes,
sort of a
sir.
a far more serious question, and not, I don't know, awkward, but you're retiring. We have 2 new faces that are looking to take your position. And I don't know how to ask this question without just asking it. What is your comfort level, regardless of who wins, with the staffing levels you have and your budget proposed for that new person? And I know that's a very loaded question, but I want to ask that question.
Sure. Let me answer it in this way and in the order you presented. The coffee fund disappeared from the budget some years ago, and thank you all for approving it when it was there, but I found it was more work generally to submit for reimbursement the things that I purchased for it, and I tended just to buy them myself and forget about it. So we kind of got rid of it, but that's the answer to that question, and we haven't brought it back in some years.
And you do have the Employee Appreciation Fund.
Well, yes, we do. So as for the budget on the salary, there are a couple of things that are working together at the same time. So Mr. Wilson and I have talked in the past about whether the amount that you're paying the state's attorney is sufficient. And my answer was to Mr. Wilson, it is sufficient for my purposes But I would encourage you to look at a larger salary range or a higher salary range for that person. That's not going to really be me. And I'm essentially at the top of my range or wherever it is now, once you did some shifting here a couple of years ago. What you decide to do about the salary range for the new state's attorney is up to you. When I started, while I had been a prosecutor in the city of Minneapolis, I had not been a state's attorney or operating in the state's attorney's office. And when I began in January of 1999, they put me, as I recall, at about step one or thereabouts. What you decide to do with a lawyer in my office, whichever of the two get the job, they will have been in my office for 15 years or so. So that creates a different environment, and frankly, I don't know how or where you hire them at. If you decide to call them, for example, a state's attorney and hence a promotion, and you make sure they get at least and no more than a 5% raise from where they're currently at, that would be up to you. But that we have not dealt with that in this budget or at what that salary range should be. So I would note that I am leaving, and one of the two people in my office will become state's attorney. And what happens after that is going to be an interesting question as well. I say that because I have said to both, this is maybe more than anybody needs to know, but I have said to both of them, run your campaigns as if not only do you want to win, but the person who does not win can remain in the office. Whether that happens or not, I don't know. And in the other state's attorney's offices around the state where this has happened, and including this office back in the 1990s, that was not true. Everybody who ran for that office and did not win left. I can't tell you what will happen at the end of this election, simply that I had encouraged them both to run their campaigns so that they don't burn bridges. So we may be looking not only for somebody to fill another slot because I'm leaving, but there might be more than one slot to fill. And if we do that, then usually we don't bring people in, at this step in the range, but in the lower 1 through 5 steps, depending on their experience. Long-winded answer, that's my best answer.
Thank you, sir. Good answer. Any other questions for Mr. Burbick? Mr. Brayling?
The only question I would have is, workers' comp is almost nothing on this budget, and I don't understand that.
We're very careful in my office. I don't know.
So
the
you
answer
missed
to
the
that.
rest of the budget hearings. You'd understand why he's asking this question. But yeah, good answer though, by the way.
It's always been an invisible item to us, essentially.
In other words, your history is you don't make claims.
What?
Your history is you don't make claims.
I don't think, well, I think we had, we unfortunately had somebody some years ago who went into what we affectionately refer to as the dungeon, where we have some files in the bottom of the courthouse. And instead of, somebody had made off with a ladder, and she, wishing to reach a box that was slightly above her normal reach, decided to assist herself by taking a folding chair. Can you see where this is going? In removing the box, she ended up stepping on the back part of the chair in addition to the front part of the chair. The chair folded up and the box fell on her, and that was, she's fine, but that was an unfortunate circumstance. We, I think, have made sure that won't happen again through instruction.
Sarah's looking into it, your question, so she'll have an answer for us someday.
No, I was just curious as to, I was seeing a pretty much the exact same percentage increase that I've seen in the other one, so I didn't quite understand where he was going with that, unless he's talking about overall percentage of it.
I think you said it wasn't in there.
Workers' comp?
Oh, is it? It's in there.
But it's,
Oh,
it's at about 70% instead of 100 and some percent.
all right.
And workers' comp is quite simply calculated based on a percentage given to us by workers' comp, based on whatever code is put into the payroll system for each employee. So depending upon what you do and what job you do will vary what percentage of that you pay. And it's based on your, not gross wages, but taxable wages, which can throw a little hiccup in for us at budgeting time because of the fact that there are certain deductions that we don't know and won't know that come out. So,
All right, got that answered. Any other questions? Do we have a motion? Anybody can make a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
A second. Any discussion on the motion?
We had been asked to amend a couple items. There's 500, 2,500, unless I'm missing.
No.
As well as, Sarah, you said you had a placeholder for the 9,000?
the 9,000 is good. The two 4,000s, he had it, 40,000, sorry, he has in red. I already took care of it. He
Those
was-
are out.
There was a bunch of
That's not, we're not looking at that at all.
The $2,000,
That one.
the last one is not in the budget, so you.
Yep, so that's, I see if, I have it scribbled 5 to 2,500.
Yep.
So that's my line item 035.
Yep.
And then I thought, so the client support, was that incorrect? No, that was in here. I know I saw that.
Yep, it's there.
At 9, wherever it is, I know I saw it. There it is.
Yep.
Yeah, at 9.
The other 9 you're thinking of is that hourly staff, he was saying it was 12.5.
There you go.
But
Yep.
I have it in as 9, as to where the discrepancy came from,
It's
that
close
I
enough.
don't know.
Then a friendly amendment to modify the 500 to 2,000 to account for the last item on the presented sheet.
For the 2,500.
Yes, sir. Without objection, to motion and second. To amend the motion?
So you're okay with that amendment?
Yes.
Okay, it's a friendly amendment. Okay with the second? All right.
Okay, thank you.
And about the 9,000 to the 12,500, so I know?
9,000 is already included in the salary computation for your staff.
It is there. I don't recall why it's 9,000 instead of 12,500 because I believe we intended to put in 12,500.
We don't know either, but that's the next state's attorney's office. So, anyway, no, we don't have any motion to amend it, so I'm sorry, Bert, on that one, but anyway. All right, so I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Schernling?
Yes.
Commissioner Breitling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Don't
Sarah?
release them yet, 2 extra funds.
Oh, we have extra ones in there. You're
We have
right.
our,
Victims,
Your-
witness.
Oh, that was just the main office,
forfeiture.
okay.
So the
Forfeiture.
Victims Witness Fund.
The state's attorney's asset forfeiture fund and then the civil assets forfeiture fund. Those are the 2.
Yes. Any questions on the forfeiture fund? Mr. Peterson?
I mean, Mr. Burdick, any commentary on either of these?
No, as you know, the asset forfeiture numbers are a shot in the dark. So I think when we put this in, we had 50-some thousand already this year, but next year you don't know. It depends on who they pull over and what's in their trunk.
Gets caught, yeah?
Tracy here from some years ago was part of a civil asset forfeiture project where there was $286,000 and some odd cents in the trunk of a car, as I recall. And we ended up having a trial on that. We don't always have trials. Sometimes we have trials in the asset forfeiture, and that was a successful trial. And we get a piece of that usually. The whole asset forfeiture mechanism changed in recent years through the Attorney General's office due to legislators in part who were unhappy with the thought that, I think the idea for some was that law enforcement was getting asset forfeiture money and running out and buying leather jackets and whatever things might seem inappropriate to folks, as opposed to doing what I think they're doing and buying weapons and vests and such. So we still have a healthy amount in an asset forfeiture account, which we have had for many years.
They were
and
targeting,
sometimes tap.
targeting Spanish galleons to take their gold doubloons. That's what they thought in Bismarck, I'm sure of it. Motion to approve, Mr. Chair.
Both funds?
Yes, sir.
All right, a motion to approve both funds. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling? Commissioner Brightling?
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. Mr. Burdick, your last budget session.
It is, but maybe I'll come back each year and see what you guys are doing.
Or maybe not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to information technology. Page 249. I'll get caught up here before you
Not a problem.
dig into it. Close. We're ready.
All right. So in my budget here, I've taken special care to try to trim some fat from this out the gate. You'll notice in my budget memo, we have dropped down our consulting costs by around $25,000. What I've done for that is actually taken more of the duties we historically hired consultants for onto our IT staff itself. With proper training, I believe we are in a good shape for that, and we can then serve ourselves a little bit more, not have to farm this kind of stuff out. Continuing down my memo there, our maintenance agreements also dropped by around 24/7. The reasoning for that is with our large-scale purchase of equipment last year, we did pre-purchase maintenance on that, so we do not need to pay for that extra. We've already paid for it. Now, after 3 years, obviously, we will have to then begin repaying our yearly annuals, but it should be a pretty close number there. Network upgrades, that's a drastic change from the 300,000 we had before because we just purchased everything. We don't need to have a large amount of that equipment. Where the remainder $45,000 sits is approximately $15,000 to upgrade the audio-video equipment located in the annex basement room there in the Bison room. That equipment was put in by Buildings and Grounds approximately 10 years ago. It has served its purpose. However, ask any of our people that use that space, it is not the most user-friendly with our current environment. The goal for this would be allow it to be very similar to this room here with a camera system and microphones so you can use it for Teams, as well as a more user-friendly environment. Walk in, plug in, push a button, and you're on. That equipment would be installed and maintained by IT staff, not bringing in an external consultant, hence the lower cost comparatively to what we've done historically. Another $10,000 would be used for a similar upgrade for the annex training room. The training room downstairs has an ancient projector that is on its last legs. This would be replacing it with a large-scale TV, putting in video conferencing, allowing it to be a more usable space. I did pull the amount of tickets we've had for that room in the last year. We have had 17 tickets simply based upon user error and things not running in that room due to its age. So it's nickel and diming us to death with time. The final one on there would be approximately $20,000 for a firewall between us and the triple RDC connection. Right now, we are directly connected to triple RDC off of our network core. As such, we are unable to see what kind of traffic is going in, what kind of traffic is coming out, and in the event that triple RDC or one of the subsidiary agencies connected to them has a security issue, we are wide open, doors unlocked, windows open, that virus is coming right on over to. This allows us to have a firewall in place so we can better maintain that connection and have an idea what kind of traffic flows across. We trust our neighbors, but trust but verify. The equipment quoted here is similar to the equipment we currently use, so our staff would not have to learn an entirely new system and gives us a much better performance statement. Finally, going down, the other additions are my training budget. After talking with staff, I have found that training has not been a large presence for the last couple of years in the IT department. We have a lot of new staff coming in, some that are new to their positions, some that have been promoted up. I strongly believe in investing in my staff to get better performance out of them and really increasing the level of the entire team. That is reflected here. I have included travel and increased that slightly to take up fuel surcharges and things like that to allow me to send staff to trainings as well as attend NACO and things like that myself. In addition, I've added $7,500 for training supplies and $15,000 for books and subscriptions. This would allow me to send my staff out to training specific to their job duties and increase their benefits. That is a large amount comparatively to the rest of our training budget, and I do understand that. However, I want to make sure they are getting best in breed training. I don't want us to halfway do this and end up with halfway competent technicians. Is there any questions on any of that?
You indicated you had a fair amount of turnover.
We have not had any turnover as in people leaving. The only one person we have left has migrated to a different position. However, last year I did have 3 new positions to fill. As such, some of those were internal positions and we had to backfill for as we added in new. We are still hiring our last one. Interviews are scheduled for Monday. If, for example, an internal applicant, which we do have, moves up there, I will need to backfill again, and that will be 4 new employees this year. However, I'm happy to say beyond the one staffer who had been looking prior to my starting here, we have not lost anyone, and I am very pleased with the team that I have.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Bob? Any further questions?
So the information I provided to you is all relevant to 1801. We haven't hit 1803 GIS or 1804. Would you like to move on to those?
Yes, that'd be great.
All right. Moving on to whatever's one's next. 1803 is in my pile, so that leaves me page 256. Not much in this one, pretty standard across the board. There is a minor decrease in the software. That is after we purchased a new piece of software last year, FME. It was a one-time purchase with a low annual maintenance, hence the decrease. However, the rest of it is pretty run-of-the-mill across the board, nothing really new in there. I did talk with Kay, we are updated, we are ready to go. She is happy with where we sit. For 1804, our AS400 budget, the drastic change in there is the fact that we are migrating to Microsoft Dynamics. A large amount of that was stuck into our 2022 budget, so that's where you see the negative 97.81%. We went from a large-scale purchase to just keeping the lights on for that thing. We did keep a minor amount in consulting there, expecting that there will be cost to get some legacy data off of that system to be able to migrate to usability. The one potential gotcha will be the Human Services Zone. We are still getting a lack of direction from Human Services Zone on where state is going to lead them with some of their data. They do allocate or use the Spaces program living on our system decently heavily right now, and we are still waiting for direction on how much of that legacy data needs to stick around. However, I am working with Gail Bollinger and Heather over there to try to get the answers as soon as state figures it out. And I do apologize. One thing I did wanted to bring up on the 1801 in my cabling, I'm looking for the number myself. Oh, they're so long. Where is it? That's line item 1801, 401, 4603. I do need to amend the current year projections to approximately 18 instead of 81. The reasoning, or 18,000, I'm sorry. The reasoning on that is our Lake Agassiz area downstairs where we are retrofitting that for a new tenant. We had not done the final walkthrough with the vendor to get costs on that prior to submittal of this budget. That would be to add the additional cables that they are using in that lease space. We did allocate on the side of making this space the way it should be for future use, adding equipment or adding cabling to each room and setting it up for future growth with the county. It's cheaper to do it all at once versus piecemealing it down the line. So that would be amending that line item from 8,100 to 18,000.
Talking about the budget, next year's budget?
No, projected year for this year.
Projected, next year's
Yep,
budget's okay?
Next year's budget should be fine, until we find out another building project needs more cables or something. No, this would be for projected. We just had the walkthrough, and they will have their own closet. The nice thing about that is they will have no contact with any other county network. They can do all their own things down there. We don't care.
All right. Any additional questions for Bob? Any additional questions? Mr. Wilson?
Mr. Chair, more a comment than a question. Mr. Henderson has a number of training items in the budget speaking to the level of innovation in the office. Not speaking for you, but speaking for you from the conference this weekend. I know you indicated that at one session you talked about something that was done in another state, and you spoke up and said that you were working with the state of North Dakota, and that implementation has been going on for 6-8 months. And your comment to me was, I think after you made that comment, by the end of that session, you had about a dozen emails from people looking to connect with you and pick your brain on what we're already in the midst of. Am I correct?
Excuse me. That is correct. As you may have noticed, I have a problem shutting up when I probably should. It was with a large eastern state that has 20 times our population, really tooting their own horn that they're doing something. And I stumbled my way to the microphone and said, North Dakota's been doing that for 3 years, and it's going very well so far. And we have a lot of interest in that. So had a lot of connections, conversations. I think it was a fantastic option. Thank you to the commission for allowing us to have budget for going to NACO. Huge networking opportunity for me, and I feel that it'll just continue growing. But it really shows that North Dakota, and Cass County specifically, is leading in this industry.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Peterson,
Motion, sir?
certainly.
Motion to approve with the line item amended as suggested to 18.
Is there a second? Second. A second. Any discussion on the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes.
Commissioner Steen?
Yes.
Commissioner Capitan?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherling?
Yes.
Commissioner Brightling?
Yes.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure so far.
My own peace of mind, that 18 was only to the projection listed in the bill, which goes.
We are.
I didn't know if it mattered or not.
No, it
We
goes
have, this
nowhere.
room is occupied by 2:30, is that correct?
We're good.
It is. Gotta, yes.
Do we have any small line items we could take care of in the 20 minutes we
Well,
have?
capital projects, I don't think will be done in 20.
Don't think so either.
Why don't, we could start looking at some of the small funds behind the commission budget.
And we don't have guests at? That'd be fine.
Yeah.
If everyone's okay with that for another 20 minutes.
A good place to start would probably be on 224. That's the first fund behind the commission.
224.
Yep. 224.
And we will quit when Mr. Peterson has to leave, so.
I'm late right now.
We're leaving right now. I guess we're gonna quit right now.
You don't have to.
That's fine.
I don't wanna do this without full commissioner, so.
I have a medical appointment, otherwise I'd.
That is, besides the capital projects, I think that little chunk is probably the last chunk of extra things that needs to be handled. We took care of most of them at one.
Since we're meeting, Mr. Peterson, since we don't have to take any more action, we won't take any more action, but if any discussion on the budget so far, we can do that. Without having to take any action. So, any thoughts, where we wanna head out, where we wanna get to? I'll just carry on. I had the same reaction that Commissioner Peterson mentioned earlier today. We have a $5 million deficit in the general fund. And had we not transferred COVID funds to the general fund last year, we would have had a $5 million deficit. And the year before that, we had a $3 million deficit. Just can't really continue that. So down the road, I mean, we're gonna have to make some hard decisions this year. But as well, I won't be here after this, but you can't do $5 million deficits for too long and expect to be in a good place. So we're gonna have to figure something out. Commissioner Sherling?
So one thing that is always kind of the unknown is what the cost of living increase is going to be. And that has been based on department head recommendation on the upper Midwest, whatever it is. Some years it's been below, it's gone into the negative. And so we just kept it at zero. We didn't cut wages back. But I wonder if it wouldn't make more sense to do a rolling 5-year average of that upper Midwest number. If we did that, there would be some consistency, and just looking at the last 4 years, just doing a quick figure, that would put us at 5% this year. Yeah, I just think it would give us and other commissions, if that became the routine, a little bit more predictability in what kind of increases we're going to have.
I don't disagree with doing something different because I think we're gonna be doing something different.
Right, exactly.
So, what that something different is, I don't know for sure. And I think,
There was a memo that Birch circulated concerning bonuses instead of COLAs. I would hope that everyone would look through that again before we make any decision there.
And, you know, and I'm aware of, that's one of our other, I think it's the EDC said that this, I had a conversation that they were going to do bonuses rather than, you know, big, huge cost of living. I believe that was who I was talking to about it. Made more sense because they have a smaller staff. We have such a large volume of people, you know, I think to Mr. Burdick's comments, we don't want to fall behind and not be competitive, especially in some of our more difficult to fill positions. So it is important that we keep up. But I just think if, you know, that we need to have something a little more predictable, and I hate to just see people, you know, well, I like 4% or I like 5%. It's not based on anything other than, you know, the cost of living should not be up 8.5%. And it shouldn't, but it is. So, you know, what's our strategy and what's the number based on?
I've got a comment back on about something more predictable. So I'm a little concerned, you know, I give it some thought about this 1-year bonus thing. I'm a little concerned about that because now you have people living off what they expect, or maybe not, you know, rightfully so, but expect that this is my income this year. I'll make at least this next year. And so they live to a certain level of lifestyle, whatever that means. It's never huge, but it makes a difference, right? And then next year, say, oh, that $4,000 we gave you, well, you're not going to get it this year. That, to me, would be way more difficult than saying, we can't give an 8.9% increase, but we can do a 5. Plus, you've got your steps, which gets you to a 7 or 8. You know, that's what we can do. I mean, that to me is much simpler because it's not a merit bonus. It's just like, it's almost like, well, kind of give you an advance. Don't spend it all in one place because you may not get it the following year, which is kind of tough. Because then you lock yourself into this, oh man, we gave them this bonus last year. What are we going to do now? So so that would cause some issues, I think, for many people. A lot of people are more, well, some people are more fiscally responsible than that. I would say the majority are not.
If you do an average, that would take into account the fact that gas prices probably aren't going to stay up. They're probably going to go down. So we're kind of late to the table. I mean, we're adjusting for something that maybe is going to go away by the time they actually get the paycheck. But like I said, if you did a look back on 5 years, that would take into consideration the negative numbers that come up too. I just think it makes more sense.
Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the holistic approach, as I was alluding to prior when we talked about reducing another line item, it's yes, we need to have a formula to some degree, but in the same breath, we also have the fiscal constraints that we have to live ourselves, we have to live under. And we can talk about a 5, a 6, a 7, an 8, whatever. That's why I want to get to the end of this budget, see where we're at, and then Mr. Wilson and I have spoken about this in the past, and his phrase was levers. We have these large levers we can pull at the end of this whole book, where if we're in trouble, we simply go shunk, and we make rather than, and not to be dismissive of, you know, the smaller budget line items, 100,000 for our friends at Bonanzaville and 50,000 or 60,000 for our friends in law enforcement or gas. All of those pennies add up, right? But in the end, we start making $1 million swings. That's when we can make a substantive adjustment and figure out if taxes go up, go down, stay the same, but get through this. And there's nothing to be said about once we're done with this book, if we still are short, we can still go back and adjust, meaning we can take full-time staff away, we can adjust things accordingly. There's nothing said that we can't amend what we've already made motions on.
I would hate to put but you know, and I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Peterson, but I would hate to take that approach and put everything on, well, here's the salaries. That's the big number. But put everything on that, we're just kind of ignore it, and I know it's not ignore it, I get that. Ignore everything else, just wait till the end of that, we can fix it with salaries. I don't feel good about that. It's 100,000 here, 100,000 there. That's you know, their percentages, that's real money to some people, whatever that percentage might be. So that's why I'm hesitant. I understand the whole logic behind it. I'm just hesitant to take that approach. Because that's what it's gonna feel like to employees. Well, they could have done all this other stuff, but they just did it on employees' hours. I don't want to be part of that. Or Mr. Peterson.
Presumably, what we're voting are needful expenditures, though, right? So I'm not disagreeing with you in principle, but in reality, if we get to the end of this book and we're still 3 million over, we all agreed these were, to some degree anyway, maybe a yes or no vote up here or there, but these are, for the most part, needful expenditures. Therefore, well, in the end, it's raising taxes.
Well, yeah, and so I'm saying, but then let's make sure we address all those meaningful expenditures first before we lay it all on salaries. That's what I'm getting at.
Yep, that's why I'm saying, wait, let's get through the whole book.
And we can take the little pieces here, 100 here, 100 there, 200 here, 250 there, sorry. It's gonna add up to $1 million, at least probably $1 million by the time we're done. I'm guessing. You know, I can see almost $1 million just in 3 special purpose requests. That huge increases that we're gonna end up, so we don't have to lay it all on the salary piece. You know, we just don't have to. So Mary, I like your thought process, and I haven't done the math, and you probably have actually taken those averages.
Well, those are averages that we have, I think, on one of our first pages. The one that was handed out this morning showed the last 4 years of COLAs that we've given, but that's not the last. The zero was actually a negative. And then the year before isn't on here. So there's only 4 years, but the 0 year.
It was like minus 1.7 or something like that.
Yeah.
That year. So it wasn't, I mean, you can punch that in and just do the math real quick, right? So it's faster than I am, I'm sure.
You're missing year number 5 if you decided to go with 5 years.
Number 5 being, what do you mean?
There's only 4 years there of history. Oh, you're looking at a different page.
You're thinking that,
All the
yeah.
COLAs are listed.
He's got all the COLAs here.
Oh, okay.
He's looking at a different sheet.
I looked at a different page.
Okay.
The no COLA year was when we reset.
It was a minus 1.7 that year.
Same idea.
The year we gave 0, the actual cost of living, I think, was a minus 1.7%, or minus 0.7.
Something negative, yes.
Yeah.
So just figured minus 1. You're gonna be close enough.
We might be looking at 2 different things, but that 2020.
Look at this right here.
Yeah.
The COLA numbers. And the 1 year there, it says no COLA.
Yep.
Cost of living that year was like minus 1 or 7 or 0.7, just use minus 0.1 if you want to do the average. Because all the other COLAs tied into cost of living.
Right.
But that was also the year you reset the pay matrix coming off the last salary survey. And that
would be step. That's not the COLA.
The salary adjustment, that's what justified or made the 0 palatable. Yes. Different discussion, Mr. Wilson.
Yes. But the COLA was 0.
Correct.
It should have been -1. Let's round up a number. So if you just work the COLA number in there, because the COLA is supposedly tied to cost of living.
Yes.
Right, that's what it stands for, right? So it'd have been 8.5, 13.6, 12.6, 13.6, 14.3, 15.3, 15.7 divided by 5 is 3%.
3.8.
Yeah. So that'd be the average. If we went that route, it wouldn't be 5. So, but then you still get steps on most of our employees, not all. I mean, a lot of them have been here a long time. I don't know how many that is, but
not as many as you think, sir.
And then if we start shrinking that range, that's going to be a lot less.
Not as many are capped anymore since we did that pay increase that actually pushed people
Change
back
them?
a couple
Okay.
steps. So I think I
We're
only
not,
had like
so we don't have
2
as many
capped.
people at the top.
It was 3 or 5. It was nobody.
Yeah, there's not.
Not to be disrespectful, those 3 or 5, but it was so few, it was hardly noticeable.
And since that, when we redid the pay scale, it pushed them around enough that most of them are still getting steps.
So that's a thought, Mary, but we could, look at something like that. So it's a change. if, I guess the point is, if we feel because of budgetary concerns, we're not gonna be able to hit cost of living regardless, then maybe this would be the year to make that type of a change.
I think you'd want to find out what exactly that COLA was, that 0 year.
Have to do, I think we have it, I know it's in the file somewhere,
I want to say it's 0.7,
that's what
but
I'm thinking, 0.7%.
Couldn't you run the same report you're running for a 1-year period, just run it for the 5-year period? I'm pretty
Oh.
sure the history is there.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, you can Google it right now.
You don't even have to add up the years.
Yeah,
Midwest
that's what I
COLA.
was going with, just,
You do it for just 5 years?
I don't know. They usually handle it up on their end, so I don't even see it. But I'm assuming you can pick whatever year
But-
you want.
Yeah, we could go back and figure out.
Maybe someone wants to do some homework before tomorrow. What that might be.
You can do it.
That's the,
She's nominating herself, right?
that's the May to May.
April. isn't
April to
it?
April.
April,
Thank you.
April. Thanks.
So from
Minutes be showing that Commissioner Peterson's departing at
For,
1:52.
yeah, that'd be
Thanks,
April
Ted.
to April from, that would have been the 20. April to April.
That's the cumulative, it's not the annual, so that might not give you the answer you're looking for. Because cumulative's not necessarily adding up,
Add up the 10, add
Yeah.
up the full cumulative increase over the.
Right, that might be
5
different.
by 5.
but they build on it, but they accumulate on top of the other.
Yeah.
If you do a 5-year, it's gonna be this year compared to this year. So it's different, it's just different.
anyway,
Figure out,
just,
you can find them those 5 years. That would satisfy Commissioner Sherling's thought about, what if we did this? So, other thoughts on where we're at budget-wise? Sarah, you guys, Larry?
I've got my list of changes, that's all I'm looking for.
And so here's a question for you. So, may as well just assume that we probably won't be hitting 8.5% on the COLA. So how much work is, I have no idea, because I don't work in the system.
It's a lot of work, but we knew that's what it was gonna be going in. It goes from uploading a spreadsheet to Sarah going into every single line.
I put in all the work in advance to make my spreadsheet so that I could easily adjust for COLAs.
You can.
So I put in extra work, so it'll be a matter of
So
literally.
you put in formulas for each line.
But are you able to upload that
And I
spreadsheet now?
can re-upload
Oh, you
those
can.
numbers in.
I thought you were manually gonna go in one at a time.
Not if we do all of them, no.
Okay.
You do
Why do you think I've been adjusting this spreadsheet the whole day as we've been doing things, and every time we find something,
so you've got a formula where you can punch in the COLA and, okay. That sounds much better, thank you.
I can change rates for insurances, I can change the rates like you were talking about for the actual workers' comp, it's all in the spreadsheet.
Okay, great. Robert?
Commissioners, I just wanted to point out that when took the lunch break a little earlier, as we were shuffling out, myself, Brandy, Sarah, Bob, were also just discussing that this will be a process of taking copious notes of feedback, what's worked, what's not. In the spirit of building the plane in the air, we will be noting the comments and looking to build on those in future years, knowing that we're in an evolving state right now, and we can do better, and we'll take your feedback and incorporate that.
I won't be here next time around, but what I've heard from every commissioner is that can we go back to the way it was? You know, it's just a question, but it's like, we like just those details, like,
The old systems? Yeah.
no.
If
Can we incorporate something like that into the new system? Go ahead.
Yes, so we realize here it is a bit of a challenge to read, and by all means, not an excuse or anything, but
Well, you guys just implement it. It's just like-
Sarah had 3 days to
I know.
basically print it out. So what we would envision next year is she will have more than 3 days, and it won't incorporate a weekend, being those 3 days, and we will be able to come out with a template that will better define and break down, as well as giving each department head a little bit more guidance on how they can break it down, because they're not all accountants, so they're not necessarily going to I know. You know, so giving them some guidance or even some schedules that they can provide for some of those areas that you really do need additional
But you
detail
know, one,
for.
Sarah, what you guys used to do where you had, you know, sheriff, just take the sheriff's office. 22 vests, like, I'll use Chad's comments, 14 new Glocks and whatever. Okay, you know what that is.
We, you know what, I think that there's a lot we can do to help them to break it down in a more user-friendly manner.
Year one, I mean, the first year we get it, no one's saying, oh, this is terrible, but it's not great, but we understand. I mean, no one's like, oh my God, you know. You got everything done that we asked you to get done at a timely basis, fantastic. But for those people who are here next year.
We're on it.
Getting the detail in the actual spreadsheet the way you guys are used to, I don't know if it'll be possible or not. The only thing they have currently in the system is a little itty bitty column that we can add at the end, which will make everything else smaller. And do realize this year you don't have a current year column in there, and normally you do. So we're already making it a little bit bigger by pulling a column out that you're used to having in there.
Yeah, small enough, let me tell you.
I agree. Why do you think I'm like, we don't want to add any more columns this way if we can avoid it?
I think that there's some
Otherwise,
things
we're
we
gonna
can
be
do.
paying glasses, guys.
Yeah, but no, Sarah's right. It won't be actually in the system. It would be more of something that the department heads can provide to make it more friendly to you.
And I know what you guys are looking for. You're looking for those lines directly below that break
Mhm.
up exactly everything I'm spending that $15,000 on.
Those memo lines are essentially how I learned to budget when I joined the system, when I was, that was the sort of the North Star when everything else was a bunch of jumbled account numbers and amounts. That was my cohesive unit that pulled it together.
And when you guys hand me a bill and say, here's my initials, pay this, that's what I look at to determine where it's supposed to be paid from. So I'm gonna be losing it too.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Anything else before we adjourn? Actually, you adjourn or recess? I think we recess until tomorrow.
Recess.
So, we will recess until tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes, 8 a.m.
Alrighty, so be it.
Hopefully you'll have a bunch of new sheets sitting on top of your chairs when you return at 8 a.m.
Good deal.
Get here early so you can put them in your book.
Oh no, I'll stay until they're